EBERRON.
I love you, EBERRON.
Last time on EBERRON, the party broke into the Capra House by drugging a chimera. It worked. Them being disguised as guards was really a more fundamental part of the plan, but the chimera distraction was effective. They managed to creep throughout the structure, find and assassinate the man they were supposed to kill. Really just blowing his shit up. And rescued not one, but 2 prisoners. One of them, in fact, Lovanith. Somewhat worse for wear. And what appeared to be a drow of the Sulatar. Which it would have been more obvious that it was definitely one of those guys, because he would have had some of those like fire tattoos on his body. Which I forgot to mention last time. But that's so managed to grab both of those guys. And can't mess get into you, fuck.
Did I? Oh, I closed the window. How embarrassing.
But with that, then managed to extract the prisoners, seemingly without issue.
We sure did.
This concludes. So.
I don't have to buy one
Alright, so
anymore.
Peppy took Lovanith. Peppy gets out clean. No trouble. She was invisible. You can leave Copper Arch without any issue. The rest of you, everybody roll me a d20.
Oh, my die.
8.
They all fall out. How embarrassing. Fucking. Okay. 14. I'll even write it down.
Sophie.
Sophie?
Sophie?
Oh my
Oh
god.
my god!
I'll go
Sophie,
for him.
get in here! You so
Nice.
soon.
Alright. Bothnak got the highest. So that's hopefully expended your luck. Roll me another d20.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay. 2.
Great. So, as you're leaving the district,
I am invisible.
making your way out, casual, try not to draw any attention, you hear sort of like communication being passed forth from Denaith soldier to Denaith soldier. There's a lot of people running about in the area. I mean, it's pretty obvious something went down at Capra House. And at a certain point, you can hear somebody whispering, not really whispering, you can hear it, to another guard, something along the lines of, yeah, they said the magic, the fucking chimera was spiked for sure with dragon's blood. Nothing else makes magic like that. They're saying they're saying lock down the district.
Uh-oh.
Or hurry up.
Uh-oh, let's not get stuck.
And you can see that message being passed along.
Where are we right now?
We run very fastly.
You're part of the way towards the exit, but you got a couple of,
Power walk?
like half a dozen blocks to go.
Oh no, I had something in my oven. I walk faster.
Yeah.
Oh no, I must have left the door unlocked. I just dead fucking sprint. Make a How fast?
About, you ever see the old ladies in the shopping mall?
You're going mall walker?
Yeah, like imagine I got some weights in my hand. And I'm like a super senior, like...
Alright. You put on your sky blue tracksuit and your bright white Adidas, and you begin to walk
I got little 2 pounds.
somewhat quickly.
2 pounds is a lot for my arm.
It's not.
For my arm, if I'm walking a lot,
If you're walking for at least a mile, you'll feel it.
If you're walking a mile, you'll feel anything,
yeah, but you'll feel the 4 pounds.
I suppose.
Ain't fun when it's so damn hot.
I hate this fucking guy.
Let me put this in the fridge. I'm gonna
So,
try.
mall walker is not super fast. So you're you're picking up the pace, but you're not exactly, not exactly clearing blocks here. And moving at that pace, by the time you reach the bridge that leads out of Copper Arch, you can see that they are beginning to draw barricades across the bridge. And there is quite a bit of commotion around the entrance. Some movement and a massing of Denaith soldiers.
Okay. Do we want to go up there and try to bluff our way out, or do we want to,
Yeah, this is the roof.
So...
I mean,
Where can we go?
you're not on the top, but this is the top district.
Where's Peppy?
Peppy is probably most of the way back to You Reap and We Sow right now.
I'm
That's
chilling.
good.
I'm chilling.
good.
I
That is-
teleported 600 feet away and I was gone.
You are fucking good.
Very
I'm
good.
out
Yeah.
of here.
Okay.
We got that at least.
Yeah.
This is a you guy problem.
Lovanith is gone, and so is Peppy.
Yeah, no, she is.
You
She has been
guys, Tar
secured.
and the Drow, are in the shit.
We...
What happened when I got up? What was?
They-
Did they stop us?
They are drawing barricades across the exit, the bridge. And there's a whole bunch of guys.
We still look like guards, right?
Yeah.
Theoretically. Nobody said they dropped it.
So...
So
We could try to bluff our way through.
We could just be like, hey, we were told to get the other side of this and just go to the other way.
Yeah, we were told to get the outside of this.
Yeah. We're gonna be there. You know?
How far is it from the side of this bridge to the next district down?
Sorry?
How far is it vertically to the next district?
We jumped off the side. What?
You're about, like, I would say, like 60% up Copper Arch. So, 60% of a district and then a little more.
Which is what, a couple 100 feet? 1,000 feet?
Sure, but it's not a straight drop. I mean, there's plenty of obstructions in between here and there.
Yeah. Also, Peppy's the only one with Featherfall, I think.
That is true.
So.
Excuse me. Okay, so we just gotta say the right thing.
Yeah, we gotta figure out. There was something like we think.
Is it Danaith people who are closing the gate?
Yes.
We are being sent out of the district to track down. There's word that somebody was seen fleeing the district towards some district that we're not actually going to.
We have orders from Allah to.
Did you say Allah?
Yeah.
Do we know anyone's name?
I think they're pretty pious.
Yeah. Do we know anyone's important person name except for Gavrin and the person who owns the building?
Kazra.
Tazra.
Kazra and Gavrin.
You know the leader is Sadrin, but you don't know where the fuck he's at.
Gavrin and Sadrin.
I don't know.
Maybe they were related. In fact, they definitely were.
Gavrin's dead, but they didn't know that yet? Somebody probably does, but...
No, we so they won't be finding that for decades.
It was a huge number, so they won't find it. Yeah, and the number, the message has to propagate. So if we have to,
it will be a horror story of its own.
If we have to
somebody exploring.
If you have to name drop somebody, Gavrin might work because I don't know if we can use Tazra.
Do we have the drow with us?
Invisible. Yeah,
he's invisible.
Invisible and Vothnax invisible.
If he's with you, he ain't visible.
Oh. So Vothnax also invisible, so yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm. Well,
you haven't seen him since you left the alchemists. With,
so it's Tard, Dirk, myself, and Jane that need to get out. Those are the people.
And an unconscious drow.
Well, the unconscious drow is with an invisible Vothnax, so they can just invisibly get out, right?
We don't know.
We might want them to open the barricades entirely.
Yeah. Are the barricades currently being closed? Are they finished? Or how long is that taking? Or
oh, it took like no time at all.
Okay.
You gather that they probably have a protocol for this kind of thing, given how security-minded that they are.
Ah, shit. That probably means they have some code word to get out of the barricade. Oh, you know what would be a cool thing if it worked? We go up to the guys saying that Gavrin told us to go, we're on their trail, we're hot on their trail.
They're already outside the city.
Small team, and then they say, hey, what's the code word? And then Jane says brain war and gets the code word from them.
Mm-hmm. It's better planned than nothing else, which, that's also great, because you go out there, we say we're on mission, do we have to go find people we're spotted running our way? And they say, okay. And if they don't say okay, we improvise. By we, I mean you. Points it.
And if they say, we'll come with you, we say, no. We only know part of the team made it out of the barricade. You gotta stay here to guard it.
Yeah, it's actually it's us, specifically us. We have a crew name.
Gavrin, we You were there with Gavin. Gavin sent us.
Gavrin's we're known as the what's our crew name?
And it works because Jane is still disguised as the heir, so she's important. Okay.
Yeah, we're called the.
I put on airs.
Yeah, we're called the.
You now are wearing a bunny rabbit.
The blue.
Again.
They're called the blue.
The blue Hawaii.
The blue Hawaii. That's our name. You got it.
So
We're good. We gotta go up, right?
All right. You
Yes.
are approaching the barricade then.
Yeah.
Okay. You see, one of the guys over there looks over and says, well, so you're coming from further in. Any more word on what's going on over there? We just got the word to, shut down everything. Say there was some sort of attack at the Capra House. Somebody, drugged the fucking Chimera. Broke in or something.
Were y'all
Who's the
gonna
one
talk?
Oh, I thought you were the one talking.
I can't.
You're the heir. You're the person that talks.
Oh shit! I wasn't told that. Okay. So I need to talk and brain war.
I don't know.
Basically, what they're saying is, Jane do all the work.
No, I mean that's fine. Sorry, I thought that my
never
job
mind.
was to brain war while somebody else was talking.
Well, no, you're the one disguised as the heir, the important person.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
I can. Okay. Gavin sent us.
Yeah.
He looks at you and he says, "Was I talking to you, Blade Mark?"
Okay. Yeah, so Gavin said.
Oh, all right. Gavin, eh? All right. You just shoring up the fences?
No. In case they breached the walls already.
In case?
We have reason to believe that maybe they did. I didn't make that face. I didn't make that face.
Make a deception check.
That is a she was lying face.
Make a deception
Is it
check.
possible to make a different expression than what your illusion expresses?
Make a deception check, I say, with contempt.
Like, am I willing to allow these men to be fooled by this?
Deception. That's the same as persuasion. 27.
Well, that's a face I could trust.
I didn't make that face.
Says, all right. Well, if that's the case, if somebody listen up, I'll send a squad with you guys. So give you some backup out there.
Actually, it's a private party.
Yeah. I got my backup.
Hey, Delta. I don't know. Come here. Waves down one of the units.
They're wearing a purple turtleneck, and that's what Delta wears now, right? Hold on. Delta uniform.
This was a part of the plan.
Yeah, they wear a purple uniform now.
You see like 9 guys coming jogging over, like hup, 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 hup. There's 2 heirs among them. And he says, all right,
You can shake them, it's fine.
so apparently Gavin thinks they might have already skipped. We're gonna hold the fort here, but these lot are going out to take a look, so if you could just bolster them and fan out a wider area, that could be good. Yeah?
Yeah.
All right. And one of the other guys says, So, he looks at you expectantly.
Right. So, hold on. Let me look at my map. Does that still exist on my tabs? Let me see here. Oh, do I still have these on my Sharn Mape? Sorry, hold on.
He stares at you.
No, hold on. Don't look at me.
I'm thinking.
Don't look at me.
I'm like Jimmy Neutron. This is the animation for the brain blast.
Where's that Wix?
We're in the animation for the brain blast right now. It's JoJo time.
What if we switch the animation for
Don't look at
the
me.
brain blopst?
No, you're not allowed to look.
With what?
I'm in bullet time. It's fine.
I'm afraid not.
No, it's
Jane's
Hold on,
brain operates 10,000 times faster than a normal human's.
Which district are we in right now?
True.
Oh, yeah, we're in Capra House.
So that means that 1 second of Jane time is
Found it.
more time in real time.
Me doing this. Okay, so we're up in the upper.
Yeah, we're in Upper Sharn Capra.
Yeah, so basically we need to go. So okay, this is great that we have these increased numbers. We should fan out.
Just tell them to take the west, we'll take the east, and then we go in the fucking opposite direction. It's fine.
Yeah, just
Fucking
tell them. Just tell them districts to search.
I think you should pick out one guy from the group.
He's waiting patiently for your orders, and the camera's just like.
It's making me think of just like where it asks like when a fucking RPG is waiting for the player character's response, and it just hangs awkwardly with the camera panning around.
It pans back and forth.
And there's no conversation, it's waiting for you to select a dialogue option.
One of the Lovanith guys is in the background like this.
Yeah, he's frozen mid-run.
They keep on repeating the same weird settling animation.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, so we have a reason to believe that they may have gone to the bazaar, but they also might have gone to
the bazaar. It happened like 5 minutes ago. That's the opposite side of the fucking city.
Yeah, but that's like where they're headed, you know?
Based on what?
Based on...
These nuts.
What was that?
What was his name? I forgot.
Gavin?
Why did you pick a district? Why did you pick the district that is like the farthest away?
They were talking
the longest.
Because I wanted us to fan out.
Gavin ran in on them discussing their plans.
I'm trying to lose these guys.
Just go to the other way.
Gavin wants us to fan out across Sharn.
Yeah, we gotta catch these guys. They tried to breach us.
Are you fucking drunk?
No.
Is Gavin drunk?
He's questioning Gavin.
Oh my god, he's questioning Gavin. I don't know. I don't think so. I think he's good. I think you're good.
These orders don't make any fucking sense.
Well, I don't know. You don't have to come with us, but that's what we're doing.
You know what? You do whatever the fuck you like. I'm gonna go check with Gavin.
Okay.
And he just like walks off, and the other guy who is still standing there is like sort of looking between you and him, like, I'm gonna make a roll.
He's gonna look too far on accident and break his neck.
I start stretching, getting ready to walk.
Dirk shrugs and starts going towards the elevator. I'm just gonna do what Gavin said, man.
He just sort of like looks at you, sort of. His eyes are a little bit narrowed, and he's like, "Right. Well, you better get to it then."
Why is he saying it like that?
Yeah, he just normally sounds like this. He's not suspicious.
I give him the most perplexed look. Right.
I think that if you told this guy you were going to get some food from the deli, he'd say, "Yeah, do that."
Yeah, alright. Go ahead.
Okay, are you coming with us?
We should just
Guarding
leave.
the
Just leave.
barricade.
We should leave.
Okay.
Yeah, the other guys are coming with it.
Well, here I go. Step.
You guys
Step
start making
and-
your way off, and you see him sort of talking to some of the other guys at the barricade.
All right,
No
let's just keep going.
problemo.
Let's just keep moving.
So
If
we
they call
clear a
out-
corner and just go in a random direction.
What?
We
We
Clear
clear
the
the corner
guards?
and we try to not go in the place where we said we went.
But they're with us.
Are they?
No, they're not.
Nope.
We told them to fan out, and then we left.
We told
Is
them
the
to fan out, they didn't, and we left.
Do they open the barricade for us?
No, I'm confused. And
They let you through, but they're giving you some odd looks.
Let's just leave. We're
I'm
pressing
so
our luck.
confused.
We're leaving.
So, yeah, okay, but we told them, hey, we're after them, and they said, okay, we'll send some of the detachment with you.
Yeah.
And then we said, yeah, it's over in the bazaar, and they said, why is it over there? And we said,
He said he was
what
gonna
he said.
He said he was gonna go talk to Gavrin. Ask Gavrin
Yeah.
about the orders because they didn't make any sense to him.
Yeah, because, you know,
That's an odd
we
thing
told
do
them to
with
go
us, so
across
yeah,
Sharn.
I mean,
Like,
So-
hey, go to the other fucking end of this New York City. You know, just
But,
go
like,
to the
we'll,
other
we'll
end.
come and back you up if he actually has
Yeah.
a good reason.
Look, I know
for it.
we're on 200th Street, but look, we gotta find them on First Street right now.
We
gotta go.
I mean, in terms of like,
in
in terms of like space, you were like standing in the middle of Manhattan, being like, "All right, so we need to check everything between here and like just a little ways into Jersey."
Hey, you know what? It worked out. Now we're out by ourselves. We've already won. Let's get the fuck.
Yeah,
we're
we
just
leave.
fucking leaving.
Why we shouldn't question this. Let's leave.
Yeah, alright, I do suggest that we take an indirect route back and check for people tailing us.
That's
I
what I
agree.
said.
Yeah. We go through 7 districts. Name one.
We count.
I don't know if
We
Nick
count.
is screaming, sneezing,
4,
or
5,
5.
Was a sneeze.
What's the next
in a
one?
row.
In a row?
You're doing what?
we're leaving.
We're taking a
We're
bit-
hitting the next corner and fucking leaving. We're checking for tails though.
And taking a very circuitous route home.
Now define circuitous route for me.
Okay, we're going. Where's the map of the whole town?
It's
City.
covered in all the shit that you put there.
That's pretty
Hold
funny.
on. Let me send it.
There's no.
There
well,
you
yeah,
go.
that's because the train image is covering it
Yeah, I
anyway.
also looked at the.
Okay, let's take a look. Here I go. Here I go. Here we go. All right, here we go.
Well, so we're out of Copper Arch. Where was the exit? Was the exit into the? Which exit did we take? Are we going
South,
to
I
Memphis
figured.
right now?
So into Dalen.
Devil's Refuge.
Refuge. That's us. We're
Yes.
refuges.
Oh, I thought we were refuse.
Our
Dalen's
friend-
refuse. Dalen refuse.
I think we need to take the second most
there's
efficient
a-
route to the lower districts. Hang around there for a bit, sort of just not too far. So that you can't go to a super low district because we look at a place as the Nath guards. Where did you say we were going?
We said we were going to the bazaar.
Okay, what level is the bazaar on?
It's
That's
a-
the next one down.
Middle.
Yeah,
Okay.
northwest-ish.
We could just take the direction halfway to the bazaar, then switch and start heading the opposite direction from the shop, and then halfway there, switch and go towards the shop.
Where
And also
is,
drop the disguise at that point.
Or like change the disguise.
I don't think
Where
we can't do that without Peppy, though.
Buisson?
We
Is it
can't?
Castle
Okay.
Bridge?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where could we go? Okay, here's an idea. We step into a sort of public bath. We use that as cover to drop the disguises and walk out as ourselves.
You step into a public bath.
Yes, as
On
guard.
our way to the bazaar.
Yes. No, I'm just throwing ideas out.
We stop at a Blinkies.
You stop. Well, you can just go into an alleyway and drop the disguise and walk out the other
Yeah,
side.
let's just do the easiest possible thing. We're checking for tails, all right?
Yes.
And we're gonna
Check-
go into an
Then go
alleyway.
for check for tails.
All right.
I'm gonna go check for tails and not Fothnacks, even though it's hidden.
Thank you. I don't know.
That's
if
a natural 20.
Does he find Sonic?
30.
What about nothing?
30.
Got a tail.
That's a total of a 30.
I don't think Rodnick has a tail.
You can see there is one guy in a
Burgers and fries.
hooded green cloak, just sort of keeping pace with you a little ways back. There's a second guy in a darker cloak, about maybe 100 feet behind that guy, keeping pace as well. And you can see a third guy with the natural 20, who is, like, well above you, sort of passing through the bridgeways on Griffinback.
Oh.
All right. Well, I'm gonna. Yeah. So they didn't buy that. We're getting tailed by 3 motherfuckers.
Ooh. Are we an hour away from the shop or less?
You are, I mean, from where you're standing right now, which is Dalen's Refuge, maybe about an hour to get back? A little less, probably a little less.
If I can get back before the invisibility wears off, I could just bring the drow there
Yeah, just book it. Just book
Yeah.
it, dude.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna maybe go a little quick when I can. I can afford to make noise because because the invisibility is a bit below an hour at this point.
Yep.
Alright.
Once he split off. from
Vodnak
us, he
peels
should
off.
be fine after
Good. Good. Okay.
All right. So it's just me. It's just Dirk, Jane, and Grond, right?
It's everybody but Peppy
And,
and
Tar.
Bobnack.
Tar.
Tar.
Bar.
Dar.
Dar.
Tar.
I would know how to lose a tail. Yes.
I mean, everybody can surmise how to lose a tail. It's just the trouble is these are 3 guys and they've covered a couple of angles, and you gather that these aren't like your run-of-the-mill street thugs, the kind of thing you're used
Oh,
to
yeah.
evading.
It's the
I'm
house
at
of
this point used to
security.
evading high risk death measures.
I suppose. But you don't have
might-
years of experience in that particular field.
They're also
And are
like
you experienced?
spread out.
Are you experienced with losing those while also having Grond and Jane with you?
Oh fuck no.
And this other guy.
And this other guy. All
And
right.
Tar.
So what do we have for spells?
Group of 4 is all
nothing.
harder to lose.
I'm
than
fucked.
one.
We might need to. You got
For
The
Dalen's
bazaar.
Refuge, how many shops? Yeah, across the shard. How many shops and shit are there around us? Like,
Dalen's
places that-
Refuge is residential.
residential.
Yeah.
All right.
Pretty much entirely residential. It's quite expensive, too. It's a lot of wide open spaces and manors.
Right.
Yeah, we need to get out of here.
All right. So let's try and just get out of Dalen's Refuge for now, because I mean we're fanning the place. Well, not stop, but be like, "Hey, you see anything suspicious?" To a couple of people, and they're gonna be like, "Oh no!"
When should we get a sky coach, if at all?
Dunno.
I was thinking.
Were we saying that they were headed to the bazaar? Or in
We
the
said,
bazaar?
oh,
Yeah, they're heading to the bazaar. They're on
They're
their
not
way
heading
to
to
the
the
bazaar.
bazaar. They're not heading to the bazaar.
Hmm.
They didn't buy a fucking word we said.
And that other guy.
Okay, but we need to
No, he didn't.
commit to the bit, or else they know we're lying.
Okay. They know we're lying.
least to
They
some.
wouldn't send 3 people to tail us if they didn't think we were lying.
Well, we still need to lose them.
We need to lose them. We don't have to worry about if they think we're lying or not because they assume we are.
Well, we don't want them to get suspicious before we lose them. We don't want them to make a move before we lose them.
Yeah.
Can you just like go into a store or something and try and run away?
Where it's all residential.
We need to get
Oh.
out of the residential.
Um,
And
there's-
it's residential all across here, so I think we need to get into a sky coach.
Shid.
Sky coach to go
Because
down.
wealthy residential, average residential.
What I-
Yeah, it's
Yeah, so
this
we
is-
need to get a sky coach.
this is
Anyone got a buddy in here?
this part of
What
the
I
city is
know-
literally all like rich people gated communities, policed by the Denaith. This is Denaith Central.
Yeah.
I mean, it would make sense for us to get a sky coach
Yeah.
if we wanted to get there fast.
Get where? The bazaar?
Yeah.
Yeah, they'd wonder why we were ambling all the way around the long way.
And it's a busy place with many shops and people.
Yeah, I guess we just go straight
Yeah,
to
the bazaar
nearest
would actually
sky-
not be a bad place for
I guess
us
we go
to
to
get lost.
the closest, the nearest sky coach, I guess then, if that's the idea, because we can't, like, dip into somebody's house
We can't walk the U.
unseeming. We can't dip into somebody's house unseeming and then just walk out as not Denise. That'd be fucking weird.
We can't unseeming.
Yeah, we can't unseeming in the middle of anywhere because we have 3 people watching us.
Well, we just
Um,
can't unseeming, can we?
No,
We
we
can.
can't because we have 3 people watching us.
I thought
We
only
can't
the-
just-
We are
unseeming right now.
able to, but we shouldn't.
Yeah, we can. We are not doing that because that will immediately give us away and we're going to get immediately trounced. Because we don't have an escape because Peppy is gone.
And you don't have a way to change the seeming either with Peppy not
Yeah.
present.
So we need to get, I guess, yeah, into a sky coach and get into, like, I guess to the fucking bazaar, if that's where we said, Galen said to go.
Yeah,
Whatever his name was.
Viston.
The dead guys, whatever he said to go. So we're gonna have to, yeah, just get. Where's the closest sky coach, Nick? To get to.
All right, you. They got signage and stuff, so you sort of look around and eventually get a bead on where the nearest sky coach station is, and you start making your way in that direction. With that natural 20, you can see that as you begin to proceed in the direction of the sky coach station, as you're sort of going along that route for a little while, you see one of the guy in the dark cloak sort of falling back a little. The guy in the green cloak stepping, sort of moving a little bit closer, and the guy with the griffin goes ahead.
Okay, so he's going straight to the bazaar, probably to the end of the sky coach line. Honestly, we should probably juke them and not go to the bazaar. But that would also be weird if that guy is going, if he's not going to the end of the sky
I
coach
mean, they
line.
got 3 guys. I think they're preparing all angles.
Yeah.
If we do go, if we don't go.
What if we take 3 different sky coaches?
4.
I feel like that would raise alarms.
No, because it won't.
No, it would. It absolutely would.
We're so rich.
You need to cause
We're so rich.
a distraction in the bazaar.
Yeah.
So you can escape into chaos. Even from the Griffin Rider. Maybe kill the Griffin Rider.
We're probably gonna have to kill the Griffin Rider. That's not a joke.
Paralyze him.
From the waist down.
Yeah. No, I'm
From the waist
the
up.
whole person.
Only his legs.
What about the third guy? Is the third guy just keeping pace still? Not the griffin, right? The green cloak?
Green
right?
cloak looks like he's moved, like quickened his pace a little bit and then slowed a little bit, just getting closer to you and then maintaining.
Okay.
You don't see the black cloak guy anymore. He fell back.
Yeah, he's probably going to report that these guys are fucking weird or doing something silly.
Heard that we took a sky coach and get the slingshots.
Or they're going to a different, or he's going to a different sky coach area. I would imagine there's more than one in this area.
Oh, hey, it's me, the sky coach.
So,
Do we just continue? Yeah, I guess we just continue to the sky coach and just go.
you arrive at the sky coach station, a little sort of circular platform overlooking the sweeping city below. And you can see there are like 6 sky coaches just sort of chilling here with a couple of drivers just sort of sitting around and shooting the shit and like smoking and drinking and shit.
Are these sky do sky
Smoking
coaches?
and
Are
fighting.
What?
they're not like carriages, right? Where they're top, like there's a top to them.
No, they're all like
Yeah,
all open roofed.
Okay. Because my
Open
idea was
air.
just we drop the fucking ceiling and pay the guy an obscene amount of gold and just say, you didn't see shit.
We've already paid an obscene amount of.
Yeah, well, you know, you spend some money to
We
not
give him a
get
lot of
murdered.
dragon's blood.
Yeah, we spend some money to not, you know.
We catapult meat at him with a bunch of dragon
It
blood.
was good.
Poker face. I guess we just continue to the bazaar.
Yeah, I don't know. We're doomed.
I would know a couple of people in the bazaar. I know you keep saying I don't know people because I'm out of Dask, but
I didn't say you
I
didn't
would-
know people.
anytime I bring it up, I always get shot down, but that's fine.
You haven't been in the city.
I know, but that doesn't matter.
And I said that you knew your old contacts. That's where you bought the fucking dragon's blood from.
Those are drug dealers. I would probably know a couple people that would have closed stalls or something that we could get in and out and just kind of drop seeming and walk.
I mean, Dask has a couple of, fronts that aren't like stalls. They've got a couple of stores and shit where they move stuff.
So I'd probably just lead us to one of those and we just drop the seeming and be like, yo, you saw fucking nothing, and we leave.
Do keep in mind, I don't think Dask is gonna appreciate getting burned for this.
They probably won't be burned if we're walking in as guards and then never leaving. I don't think they would. At the end of the day, this happened. These areas would be used for doing this. That's the thing.
No, I'm saying like either that specific location, or if we're being tailed at that moment, then they'll suspect Dask is connected to the suspicious folk that escaped the blockade during the death of the Hydra, or not Hydra.
Is that really
Chimera.
our problem at the end of the day versus getting away from this?
No, I'm just making sure you know.
Yeah, no, I know that, but I would have.
Okay.
I figured that they would understand that. Hey, these
I don't
guys
think
just did
Dask
some-
is gonna appreciate getting thrown under a bus with no
They
benefit
get thrown
on
under the
there.
bus all the fucking time. Kind of like their MO.
Although
I
I,
don't
guess
think
they
they're gonna
won't
get
know
thrown
it
under.
was
What's
us.
the fucking evidence though? Like I don't understand. Sure, Denath would be like, oh, maybe Dask is connected, but what are they gonna find? Nothing at the end of the day because they're not. They're gonna be like, oh, these 3 weirdos entered this and never came out. Okay, what are they gonna do? Raid Dask?
Yeah. It's fucking Denath.
Yeah, but
And we win. Because
Like
we're-
we
we're
are
working for
starting
that.
another. This is a war that I'm fine with starting. Just know this may Not
I
necessarily.
mean, what are the other options? We go into a Blinkies and do it, and then they raid
Oh,
the Blinkies.
I'm not saying not do it. I'm just letting you know.
We could go into a Blinkies and go into a bathroom and do it and just fuck off.
Are there other gangs that we could pit them against that we don't work for?
We do work for death.
We spent all that time getting me out of Dask, and now we're just working for Dask again.
Well, yeah, but it's different. You worked in you worked in like the cruddy shit fuck desk.
I was like a good person in that.
No,
It's
you were
fine.
like in the fake desk. This is the real desk.
He's in the bad boy. He's in the bad boys of Dask.
If
Yeah.
you're super worried about it, we could just go into like an unaffiliated store. Be like, hey, we need to use your bathroom. Go in their bathroom and fucking
Yeah,
unseam it.
poop.
I don't know. If you're too worried about doing the Dask thing, I'm just saying I would hazard to guess that these would be hideouts or some shit, you know what I mean, that aren't necessarily gonna get burned.
We do need to get onto the Sky Coach though, in order for any of this to happen.
Let's see if we make it to the bazaar.
We might get accosted while we're still en route.
True.
So
True.
Right.
let's find out if we are, I guess.
Let's see if we make it to the bazaar.
Yeah. We're going back to the bazaar where this all started.
It's so bizarre.
So you approach the Sky Coaches. The Sky Coach captains look at you.
Okay, we need
Sky Coach, please.
The INTJ is there.
Let's go to the bazaar. We
You
tell them
just
we're going to the bazaar.
you just all go up to this guy and you say, "Hey, can we go Sky Coach?"
To the bazaar! Quick! Follow that car!
The guy says, "Yeah, all right." And he just, gets back to the little rudder thing there and waves you on.
Yeah,
Hop.
we get it.
You see him fiddle with that sort of steering thing, and the
Steering thing.
the Sky Coach lifts up, begins to drift off.
All right.
Tar, what? Oh, wait, no, you can't. Never mind.
I pull out a map.
No, you
and
don't-
start
you don't have
looking at
psychic
it
powers.
intensely.
Is the Griffin Rider anywhere in sight? And did the green guy hitch a Sky Coach?
The green man has entered a Sky Coach, which appears to be heading in a similar direction.
All right, yeah, that makes sense.
We should have carpooled.
The Griffin Rider, at this point, we're gonna refresh the perception. It's been a while.
Okay.
I am trying to act out us making a plan of how to check the bazaar. And by that I mean I have like a map out and I'm like, pointing at
keeping
places.
up appearances. Yeah, all right.
Hey, so I rolled another one.
Another one, what?
Nat 20?
Yeah. I'm not fucking. I rolled it. I'm sorry.
People got break dice in here, man.
I don't have break dice. Here's the thing.
We're
when
the Blue Hawaii.
Vothnak, when we told, or
Yeah, we
KMS
are.
said do another roll KMS, I rolled one just for kicks and gigs, and I got a natural 1. So it's all like it's rigged. And I rolled this like 8 today. I don't like this because it makes me feel like I'm rigged, but I'm not. I'm not rigging this.
If you just
This is
keep on,
number 20.
just
I'm sorry.
keep on rolling nat 20s.
I'm sorry.
looking at pictures of Elvis on
I know
a
he's
fake
te-
ocean
I
on a
can
surfboard.
I can see Nick texting me in his
Mhm.
glasses to go fuck myself right now. All right.
This is
I
fuck you,
feel
fuck
How
you,
there
fuck
is
you,
always
fuck
a
you.
natural 20 at a narratively important moment.
I'm sorry. I know. I'm sorry. I didn't want to roll this. It just happened.
Don't apologize. Kill him.
I am because I feel bad because this has been my life for the past ever since we've been playing D&D. I feel bad.
then you gotta start lying.
I thought about it, but then he would have been like,
Exactly.
fuck you.
I
I lose either way.
Isn't it interesting? Isn't it interesting? Isn't it interesting? Isn't it interesting?
It is interesting, and I hate it. I don't want this nat 20, Nick.
Isn't it
I don't want to
interesting?
be I don't want to
Isn't
be
it
the
interesting?
anti-Wheaton. I don't want to be the anti-Wheaton. I
Isn't
don't.
it interesting? Isn't it interesting? Isn't it interesting?
Oh, hey, it's my drugs. I think there might be confirmation bias here.
Alright.
No.
Come on,
Yeah, the Griffin
come on,
Rider's still following you.
come on,
I mean, yeah, I had the assumption.
come on.
Who
I'm
could have
sorry.
thought that the people tailing us didn't just give up?
Yeah, I know, but it was whether or not you could keep a bead on him. Which
Yeah.
you are doing. The Sky Coach continues languorously in the direction of the bazaar.
Look at the
All right.
bazaar. Full of stores and shops. And it's about to be full of fire also.
Huh?
Clearance sale on fire.
These prices are burning
These prices will
a
leave
hole
you
in
permanent-
your pocket. Apparently,
How long is this Sky Coach going to take, by the way?
It takes a little more than a half hour.
Oh, thank Christ. So we actually need to get moving, though. Like, into a shop. I say we spend, like, 15 minutes kind of, like, questioning people, and then we go into a storefront and question somebody or something. One or two.
Sure.
Now,
Like, one or two storefronts, and then eventually we just kind of...
I
Well,
wonder
what's-
if we're accosted on the way that they just shoot us out of this.
So, I'm
What's the
still
plan?
confused. How do we drop seeming early?
You can just
Because I
do
thought
it.
only this.
You can just
Oh.
decide.
I thought that was just.
Nah, you can do it.
yeah,
It's not like
That would be really
not
inconvenient
forced upon
if
you.
you were just stuck.
yeah.
So unless you do anything, the half hour progresses and you land at a
Okay.
Sky Coach station on the outskirts of the bazaar. At a certain
So-
point, as you were getting close, you saw the Griffin Rider fly ahead again into the bazaar area. Maybe about a couple minutes before you got there. And
Did I see what direction he was going? Like, into the bazaar? Like...
just like past you, just like a straight
Okay.
line. The green guy is at this point. It's not like he isn't hiding it, but he's clearly going to the same stop as you. He's clearly coming to the same station. You've had eyes on his Sky Coach the whole way over.
Yeah, like, it's not... I, under no circumstances, did Dirk even think you're just like, yeah, he's not...
I have
not
a question on that though.
Mm.
Is it technically not obvious? Like, if we were, would it be more suspicious to not acknowledge him?
I mean, a lot of this Sky Coach you're landing in, like the one that you're now coming down into, you can see what looks like fucking close to 4 dozen Sky Coaches. This is the biggest goddamn Sky Coach station you've ever seen. This
Okay.
is like a big hub for like Sky Coaches landing, so 2 coming from the same district to this one, not a huge surprise.
Okay.
This is
We
like
don't know.
this is like middle of the bazaar. Like you walk off this and you got 10 feet to every shop you've ever seen in your life.
So I wasn't here for a bit. You go into the storefront, into the shop.
You are not there.
We're in the bazaar.
No, I
We've
mean,
just now gotten to the bazaar.
yeah, no.
Oh.
The plan is to go into a shop, then drop the disguise.
I'm figuring it might be better off for a rest. Like, does Bazaar have, like, restaurants and shit? Like, Blinkies and shit?
I mean, yeah, there are plenty
Yeah.
of restaurants.
I figure it would be a better go for, like, a restaurant than a storefront, because the storefront could, unless it's a busy storefront, there's probably not a lot of going in and out of.
Yeah. Because you need to be very, very careful with them.
Because we could also just hop into the bathroom stall, take a seat, unseeming. You know what I mean?
I think. Yeah, so you want to get into this the busiest looking building as quickly as you can, I guess, and try to drop the seeming in a crowd before they follow you in, because if they, they might be able to catch on to who you are when you leave.
Well, if you just get blinkies, we're just customers at blinkies.
Yeah, but if they see people going to blinkies and say, "Did you see 3 house to 8 gods go in here?" And they say, "Yeah, they went to the bathroom." And then they say, "Who's in the bathroom? Do you see anybody come out of the bathroom?" "Yeah, those guys that have quite unique features, actually."
Yeah. So you need to get somewhere crowded where you can, or hidden where you can drop the seeming, split up, and then leave drip feed out the building.
Is there like a more densely packed like overhangs for at least get rid of the Griffin Rider's vision?
I mean, walking into the main bazaar, you're walking into like a fucking maze of overhead bridges and awnings and tents and banners and ribbons and storefronts, and like this is the busiest place in the whole city. It's the fucking bazaar.
Right. Okay.
Like you're coming up here, like as you're riding in, the noise of the crowds is like carrying out.
Right,
even in these times, even in like, with all these warforged, riots and attacks and this tension sort of brewing, people gonna go buy shit at the store.
Okay.
Store. I'm going to the store.
Then shall we? Since I have the bead on the Griffin Rider, do I have a bead on the Black Cloak? We can lose the Griffin Rider visual.
You mean the Green Cloak?
Green
the
Cloak.
Black Cloak guy you've lost.
Yeah, Green Cloak. My apologies.
The Green Cloak guy you do see, on you. And, I mean, like, near you. And let me just check something really quick. Sorry, hold up. Okay. Cool. Cool. You had another... I'm gonna say this is the end of the natural 20.
That's fair and acceptable.
As you're coming down here.
Roll the next one.
Can you roll a d20 and I'll tell you what the check is after you roll it?
That's a 5.
Because I don't want to give it away. Okay. Nothing occurs to you.
5 plus.
You don't notice anything particularly out of the ordinary.
What was the check?
It's an Arcana check.
So that'd be in 5 plus 3, which isn't much.
Okay.
Does anyone else make this check or no?
Nope.
All right, that's fair and acceptable. All right. Well, I mean, shit. So what are we doing right now? Did we just... What did we just get into? Like, we just...
You are
started-
now, like, walking into the fucking mall. You are now walking into a massively busy center of commerce.
Should I roll another perception check to see if they're watching me still?
Let's refresh the perception now.
I swear to fucking God. Okay, cool. It's still has a 2 in it. But that's a 12 in total.
12?
In total?
Okay.
In
Oh my
total.
You walk into the crowds, and you lose this guy in the green cloak fast. There are just so many fucking people around here.
Alright.
It's fair.
I'm gonna pretend... hey guys. Here's the thing. I don't see them anymore. Let's get under a thing. I'm gonna pretend to trip in unseeming and just run away.
I mean, just because we think I don't think we lost him that fast.
Oh, absolutely not. But here's these. I can trip and get away pretty easily because I can just get lost in this crowd with all the tall people around me. I don't know about you two.
Oh.
I'm like, 4 feet tall. You know what I mean? Like I can blend. But you guys,
I'll say with
So
Gron's
does-
passive. Actually, what's your passive, Matt? Isn't yours pretty high?
20.
Your passive, as you're making your way through, you can see amidst this place there are, there's plenty of watch guards and bullshit like that. There's also some Lovanith personnel who are here as well. They're kind of all over the city, in various places. You can see the ones who are here look oddly on edge.
Oh yeah? Well, my passive is 21.
You also see that.
Oh, Kron, do you see that, right? Yeah, all the Lovanith people, they're, I think they know.
Oh boy.
Do we, I don't really want to die today.
Oh yeah, you know what? If it took us 15 minutes to get here,
30.
they probably found Gavrin.
Uh-huh.
Took you like
30.
35 minutes to get here.
Yeah, they probably found Gavrin. Or
Yeah.
didn't find Gavrin.
No, they found him.
Well, I mean, by not finding him after so long, I think they can figure. They probably checked the camera room. He wasn't that hidden in there.
They're putting, we put a sheet over him.
Three dead guys, yeah, that's
We put a sheet over him next to 2 other dead guys we didn't bother covering yet. And if we did, we kind of shoved them into a corner. Fuck. How are we getting out of this?
Lovanith, you arrive at your reap and we sow. Everything's fine. Peppy's there.
The bell rings joyously to announce my arrival, and I say, given that I was trying to speed up on my way there, did I get there before the invisibility ran out?
You did. Just about. You, walk in and you've got, 20 seconds on it.
I go in to the second room.
Yeah, go upstairs.
Stairs, and I go in there, and I put the drow down somewhere on the floor. And I
Hey,
say,
Vodnak.
And he draws the curtains or whatever if there are any.
I say, hello, Peppy.
Took you guys a while. Where's everyone else?
They are somewhere. They were being followed by people from Lovanith. So, we do not know where they are.
Oh, damn.
It is not good.
Well, you got here. That's good.
Should we, tie up the drow?
Probably. Hold on. Let me see. I got a rope in here somewhere. And he goes through the bag of holding, and in like an uncomfortably long amount of time, like he's really searching through this. Like you could probably find another way to restrain him in the amount of time it takes for him to find this rope. But he does find the rope, and he does tie the drow up.
Every time you go to like go somewhere to get some other no, I almost got it.
He was feeling really scatterbrained because all you got to do is think of the thing you want and pull it out.
No. Hold on.
Oh, what's that?
I keep pulling out bottles of ranch.
not ranch.
I guess I'm just hungry for ranch. What can I say?
And he
Yeah,
has
Shmup
drink.
didn't use this for a little bit.
Peppy, you do not have to drink every bottle of ranch before you put it away.
I have to.
I also gag him. Not Peppy.
Somewhere schmucked
You
in,
gag Peppy.
in an Iron Maiden is like, yes.
She's also
He
perfectly.
enchanted them.
She perfectly dodges every spike in the Iron Maiden. Yes, they also gag him, and I'm gonna start working on scones.
Okay.
Butterscotch with a little hint of treated grass. Grass is rare in the city.
So that's what they're up to.
Dromish flavor. I'm gonna roll for that actually.
Back to our boys in the bazaar.
The Bazaar Boys.
I'm a boy.
I get a good number.
You're part of the gender neutral term of the boys.
Yes.
It's like saying guys.
You gotta be careful how many times you say the boys. We could get copy stripped by Amazon.
That or we need to think of the alliteration that works with kids.
Everybody knows that
to
male plurality is the linguistic norm, and it encompasses all.
Folks is making big strides though.
You say that like that doesn't apply to multiple languages. I feel like
Women cannot.
Who cares
woman
about other languages?
cannot be
Those
referred
aren't
to
real.
plurally.
Oh, okay.
There is no plural for women.
It must be hard for other people who like speak
Oh, yeah.
other languages because they gotta like think out their thoughts in English and then translate it into whatever they're trying to say.
I know.
It's gotta be tough.
And they don't even know English, so like
It's
how do
crazy.
they-
It's so crazy. It's extra hard. Anyway.
Where are we?
You are
The
amidst the
bazaar.
crowd.
Oh,
and we sense that something is amiss.
Yeah, both.
Well, C,
Me and
I
Grond
guess,
have
or
both
so.
noticed that the Denaith people are very on edge.
They
So when
definitely
you say
seem.
Denaith people,
They definitely seem to be paying attention.
We start searching like this. Opening bags, closing them.
maybe not that. But we can ask
Closing
people
bags.
if they saw.
Did you see? Do you see?
Did you see that show last night?
Did you see?
You see,
Look.
you ever see a grown man naked?
Did you see that ludicrous display last night?
Did you see that ludicrous display last
Did you watch
night?
the Super Bowl last
The
night?
thing about Arsenal is they always try to walk it in.
What?
I don't know what the coach was thinking.
What are we doing?
All right.
What are you doing?
So
I said we
meaning-
started searching for stuff, but they said no.
What is that? What does that entail?
Like go.
You're like
going into-
you're looking under like lids and wicker
Yeah.
baskets.
No.
Are you in there?
We say okay. Let's split up. And then
That's
we
actually
really
not a bad idea.
and then we really just disappear into the crowns. See how
Is
well
that
we
what
can
you would
disappear.
like to do?
What do you think?
I mean, that's not the worst idea.
I think it
High
means
praise
that
for
if
me.
any of us go down, we're down and nobody knows.
Well, like, Dark's already pointed out that I could probably just trip and fall unseeming and just kind of, you know, because I would imagine the crowds are a little bit taller than 4 feet tall.
I mean, generally speaking.
Yeah, so Dark himself can probably get out pretty easily by himself.
That's assuming they're
but
not
it's
looking
huge.
directly at the 5-foot guard in front of them and then seeing him trip and fall into a 4-foot orcling.
You know, people, you know, he went to tie his shoe and then he changed.
We go to a really chaotic part.
Yeah, no, we should go into at least 2 storefronts really quick. Just be like, you see anybody? You see anybody?
Yeah, I mean, granted, the crowd is like, when I say, I'm talking like, like this. Like, it's busy.
I'm thinking like Tokyo, like
Yeah.
crossing the street in Tokyo. Like, there's people everywhere.
It's fucking, it's like
Shibuya
top of the
Crossing
day
does
here, like,
per one, like thousands of people in one walking sign.
There's a guy. Is there a particularly dense part of the crowd around a guy who's doing card tricks with a novelty giant set of cards?
You know, as a matter of fact, there is.
Well, there you go. That's your spot.
Okay, we attempt to split up and disappear.
All right, Dirk will just do his fucking plan of. I guess if we're gonna do that,
Are you splitting up and attempting to disappear by merely disappearing, or are you trying to, like, hopefully make yourself at least out of line of sight of somebody and then drop the ceiling?
that's what Dirk is gonna do.
Like, are you
That's what I was
Are
thinking.
you trying to melt into the crowd, sort of, and become...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I become one with the crowd.
All right, then. Is that... Grand, is that your decision as well?
Yeah.
Let's make a rendezvous
on
point
board.
somewhere outside of the bazaar, and we'll meet there in like an hour. Yeah?
How about we just try to meet at the shop?
I don't want to go to the shop immediately, just in case we're being, you know... I don't know. Whatever, we can go to the shop. Fine.
Like we're not going to come back together until... I don't think we should come back together.
All right. Then... Everybody give me a stealth check.
No problem, though.
To double check, I'm wearing my armor right now, right? Or am
Well, what?
Am I wearing armor still?
Have I tied?
Did we have to...
You came in, I mean, probably? Like...
Yeah.
You seeming to get past the guard, so you didn't actually have to take off your armor.
Okay, yeah, so...
I will pull up my fake cloak. I will pull up my cloak of Elvenkind that is actually not seeable. But... and
Does anyone
throw
know if
my
I
extra
tied?
stealth check.
I do not know, but
I don't think
I don't
recently.
think you...
I don't
On the
recall.
past 30 minutes.
Well, not this session.
The last time we cast a spell was relatively recent, and I don't think there were any tides or surges.
Yeah,
so I
I'm
don't
gonna
think
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say no.
Okay. I might need it. Yeah. I'll use it.
Alright.
You said stealth?
Yes.
Alright, let's see. Where's my... thing? This is par for the course, I guess.
All right. Are you, so you're dropping the seeming back into yourself?
That's all we can do.
No, well, I have a choice.
Yeah,
Well,
that's why I'm speaking to Jane here.
Theoretically, I can disguise self as well.
I don't think that I would because I'm so tall.
Sure. But not even a regular sized version of you?
No. Well, no. I don't think so. I'm going to be something else. Someone else.
Okay. What are you doing?
Who
Yeah,
indeed?
So,
Well,
I mean,
you
just
know,
give me baseline. You don't have to tell me much. Baseline. What are you?
I'm a pregnant woman.
A pregnant woman. Got it. All right. You are a pregnant lady.
Pregnant.
I'm pregnant.
Pregnant.
The three of you sort of.
I will unseeming as with a disguise self as well, and I'll just be a whiter version of myself.
Sure.
White or wide?
You are yourself,
WIGHT.
yourself with flour dumped on your head.
Undead.
Yes.
Yeah, with like a normal head and neck, but generally the same exact features.
So like a halfling or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you look
Why
like
didn't you just-
if
A
your
necrotic.
you look like if your dad was a halfling.
Uh-huh.
You look much better.
I get
Keep to your own,
like
folks.
stares. I get like stares
Hey,
at because
listen.
I'm fucking hot.
Positive stairs, yeah.
We don't know what part of the combination created this monstrosity. There are orclings who look perfectly normal, but the fact of the matter is, he looks more normal when he's just one thing at this point. It takes away some of the oddness of the fact that he just got a green fat halfling's body and a big head.
He has congenital herpes. It's really sad.
So you guys sort of,
frightening
and
to
Gron,
see.
you're just you.
Yeah.
Separate amongst the crowd and try to disappear. Jen. Oh, she's going. There she goes.
Ron, did you see a guy with a wig? You should take it for yourself. Disguise. Hmm.
You do have a wig on you, Gron.
I have a wig?
Yeah, you took
Oh,
it.
you're right. I have, wait, no. Dirk has that wig. Dirk has that
Oh,
wig.
you took the hairpiece? Okay.
I would have
Yeah,
gave
I
you
was-
the wig. If you wanted the wig, you can have the wig.
No, I was just gonna take it if nobody took it.
Oh.
Wait, no, actually, I did
wig?
want it.
Wait, who
I
had
did
wig?
want it. Never mind.
Dirk
Gron
is
has
wearing
wig.
the wig.
I have
Wait,
Gavrin's
wig?
wig. I was gonna
Wait,
use that
Gavrin
as
had
a-
wig?
Yeah, he had wig.
Why?
He was bald.
He was bald.
Why is he
The mu-
sad about that?
The mustache is real.
Insecurity.
What? Okay. Vanity.
Yeah.
Though. The mustache was real, or really
mustache
taped
was
on.
real. Jane!
Yes.
Probably use sovereign glue.
As you shift your shape into this pregnant lady and continue your travel through the crowds, you can see now behind you the gentleman in a green cloak. He's now advancing at some pace. And you can see there are other Danaith people who have not moved, but you can see the green guy sort of like, he's pulled up like his like lapel or some shit and is like muttering.
He's going insane.
Well, he's crazy. Listen, I gotta get to my gynecologist. I gotta. Listen, I got
an appointment. She's gonna tell me why my baby's head shaped like that.
I have prenatal yoga to go to. Thank you. I got my yoga mat. I'm ready to go. Better not mess with me. I don't know. I proceed. Fuck.
Okay.
I act natural.
Oh, natural.
You continue to walk.
Pregnantly.
You can see the guy in the green cloak is now shoving past people. And you can see now, after he's finished speaking, you can see there are 3 more Lovanith guys coming down from a spot where they had been positioned about 120 feet ahead. And you can see flying from some distance away a griffin rider in your direction.
Okay, well, baby. Oh, look, baby shoes. Never worn. I buy some.
You stop at a stall?
I stop at a stall and
The
buy
baby shoe stall.
Okay. You stop at a stall and go, yes, very nice. And you feel a rough hand grab onto your arm. And the man in the green cloak says, "Hi, you're gonna have to come with me now."
Why?
Shut the fuck
What's
up.
wrong?
He just starts
I
pulling
need
you.
shoes for my baby.
Start screaming, you're a pregnant woman. They're going to believe you.
Actually, he's not gonna start. He's gonna cuff you, is what he's gonna do.
Make a scene.
Which he then does.
I don't know. He's part of the law. I don't know. I start crying.
The Lovanith man cuffs you. Starts pulling you along. You can see the other Lovanith guys now moving through the crowd. People are looking over like, what the fuck? And he's like, yeah, this one just straight up transformed in front of me. This is the same one that was disguised as a Lovanith soldier. I put a hunter's mark on her. I know it's her.
What's a hunter's mark?
And you can see the other guys sort of like grabbing onto you and like, come on, let's move. Let's have a little fucking chat.
Wow, why are you cursing at me?
My baby can hear you.
They don't appear to be sold by the performance. And they start dragging you out of the way of the immediate like crowd. That Griffin Rider just now like sort of circling overhead.
Yeah, they cuffed me, so I can't do anything.
They move you out of the way, sort of sit you down, and then they just sort of wait there.
I'm still cuffed, so I can't do anything.
They didn't cuff your feet. You could try to run. You could do something.
You got any verbal spells?
No. Like, everything is somatic. Everything I have is somatic. So there is not a darn thing I can do.
You can see, after a couple of minutes, a familiar to you from your early adventures in the city, one of those flying paddy wagons descending down out of the sky over in your direction.
What happens to everyone else? Do they get away?
Yes, as a matter of fact.
Perfect. Okay, good.
The rest of you managed to slip away clean. 15
Good,
was
good.
just enough to beat the green guy's perception, and he had hunter's marked the person who was disguised as the heir. That was the Arcana check I had Dirk do. To see if he like recognized that he was doing a verbal spell while he had a bead on him, but he got a bad roll, so just looked like he was
Excellent.
muttering to himself.
Yeah.
And Tar got away. He'll be going back. Everybody made it!
Good to
Good,
know
good,
I don't
good.
have to fully get rid of my plastic black die. I just happen to roll 2 nat 20s in a row. It happens, bro. I'm sorry.
It does.
Paddy wagon sort of lands.
0, 0,
The doors
7,
pop
7.
open. No cops, all Denaith. And they hoist you up and just throw you in. Like, full throw.
What if it really was pregnant?
They don't seem to care.
Rude. Evil people.
And 2 of them get into the back with you. And then the doors close up. And you feel it sort of shake as it lifts off again.
On the road again.
I don't want to be on this road again. I'm in that paddy wagon once again. This is
And we just keep
James
getting
singing
arrested,
in the
huh?
song.
We are
It's
not
okay.
doing well with the law.
It's
We're a
okay.
bunch of little criminals.
Look, listen. This is a win. Most of us got away.
This is a win for us. All right.
It is, though. We did. Y'all did really good. And we got, like, 2 people. I don't know what's gonna happen, but I don't know. It was big
It's
risk.
good. Now Jane can figure out her paths with Lovanith.
Yeah. Now you can figure it out and carry the torch for me. What does it all mean?
The numbers, what do they mean?
And then she
Mason.
says, "What do you mean? What happened?" And we're like,
You're sitting in there for a while. Shake a couple times. The guy next to you was just sort of like yawning. The guy picks his nose. Make a perception check.
Wait, no, I have one spell that isn't somatic.
Is that
It's light. It's light.
right?
I mean, that could potentially be useful.
Make a perception check.
Oh wow. 15. +7 is a big one.
You hear outside of the walls of the paddy wagon, which are like pretty thick and heavy, you hear just sort of like a
Supposed to be. What is that supposed to be? A toddler?
It's your unborn baby.
It's getting revenge.
Oh, I'm giving birth.
I want to smoke. You fling yourself backwards to cast light between your legs. I'm birthing the Son of God! Oh, you know,
Which goes?
It's the son of
incidentally, I'm a virgin.
I don't know what the
It's just something you hear.
What? I answer it.
It's just something. It's just something you hear.
I go, I'm back.
One of them looks at you. Shut up.
Rude.
Step
You
smile.
should have said, "My baby."
I don't know. The paddy wagon has doors on it that are locked from outside or something, or inside, or it's just, can I open it from the inside?
You know, probably not. I feel like that would be a thing that they probably wouldn't have like a lever on the inside. It's a fucking paddy wagon. I mean, they could probably be smashed open with enough strength, I suppose, but they don't have like a handle.
No problemo. Yeah. I don't. Yeah. I'm all smashed open with a what? With a me?
Like with enough force, you could break it open. I guess.
Force of him. Oh man. Aren't you curious about what that noise was?
What noise?
The one that made the sound that I just perfectly mimicked.
What are you talking about? Drew noise, and the other guy's like, I don't think so. Was there a noise?
It sounded like a toddler in a tiara. Like it sounded like a baby thing.
You see him he sort of leans up and he's like, "Oh, did you hear that? What was that sound? Like it was like a noise, I guess."
It was like a noise. And he answers.
You hear nothing.
I think they're hiding something. That sounded suspicious.
And the guy says, "Well, that's weird." And
What's
there's
weird? You're weird.
This is one of the guys who arrested you. He's like, "What's weird?" He's like, "We got picked up by a woman." And the paddy wagon lands.
Maybe she's transitioning.
And they're both sort of now like standing up with their weapons. And you see the door open, and you see fucking Tar running in.
Oh, god damn it, Tar! You're supposed to get away.
Tar was keeping an eye on you, because Tar thought you were going to turn into a giant person. So he had watched. So he had been keeping an eye on you to see if that like fucked up the plan. You didn't turn into a giant person, but then he saw you get arrested almost immediately.
Yeah.
That's good. That makes sense. That makes so much sense.
Functionally, with the relative strength of these two guys and Tar, I don't think there's realistically any scenario where these guys survive. I'm not even sure I have to roll anything. Tar's just way stronger than these stupid assholes.
Yeah, me too.
So, there's just like a blur of motion with that crystal glaive as he just slices through several of these Janaith guys, with like this sort of psychic energy just billowing off of the weapon. He quickly brings the halberd down, or the glaive down, breaks the cuffs, makes the halberd disappear, and says, "We gotta move. I had to kill like 2 Griffin riders to steal this thing, so we gotta go, because they're definitely on our ass. We gotta go. We gotta go now."
Okay, well, hold on, I'm pregnant.
Shut up! Do you have any, like, teleports or anything? Because I don't.
I don't got shit.
Fuck! What have you been doing all these years? Come on, run!
I don't know. I'm 3.
Run!
I'm 3. I'm pregnant.
You can see that he appears to have landed on, like, a random building, like, somewhere south of the bazaar. And you can see there is a little fine misting of blood on the driver's seat. And you can also see a ways back what look like 5 griffins in the distance converging on your position. He's like, we gotta go! We gotta go!
Yeah, I'm going.
They for sure know my face now. That's not, that's trouble, but,
I don't know. Yeah, that's too bad.
You're no help at all. Are you drunk?
Hold on, I'm trying to think of anything. Well, no, that's not bad. That's not a good idea. I can make you a little bit smaller.
Fuck you. He's just gonna run and roll stealth.
You don't have to swear at me. I'm just.
I do. You made me do this. You made me do this.
What? How? No.
This is your fault.
I wanted you to get away.
How many times do I gotta cover your ass?
I don't know.
Do you know how many times I had to pull this exact stunt when we were on our way south through Riedra? 0 times. We would have died straight away.
Well, now I know how many times.
He's just gonna roll stuff.
Okay, I guess I will too.
Change your fucking face! He's just running.
Okay.
It's because he can't look at it because it reminds him of all the good times they had with you.
Well, I'm a
This is a
pregnant human woman. Yeah, sure. I changed my face into no. I changed
human
my
man.
no. I changed my face into obvious dad.
Sure, you are the prototypical father.
I have white socks. I have white New Balance shoes. My shirt's tucked in.
Of course.
I'm wearing some shorts.
As you do. Roll another stealth.
Wow. Okay. Natural 20.
Natural 20. That's pretty good. You lose Tar pretty quick. He just fucking runs off, basically. Opposite direction.
Gotta go to the shop. Okay.
You disappear into the crowds, and for a while, it seems like the Griffins are keeping pace with you. But at about the hour mark, they find it much harder to find you all of a sudden.
So we lost Tar.
The rest of the party arrives at Eureka Nuisano.
Gone, you're here. Oh, good.
Oh, Gond.
Hello.
You do not see Tar or Jan.
I look inside, I see Votnak and Peppy, and I go, oh shit. Alright, how do we find them?
Swear to God, if you guys leave the premise.
I feel like it's Jane's wish for us to all find them.
Okay.
We should split up and just keep going down every street until we find her.
Zan walks downstairs, he's rubbing his eyes. I thought I heard somebody walking around down there. What the fuck is going on?
Oh, we did the Danae's plan and it went really good, and so we realized, oh shit, they're following us. And then Now we're here. Well, 2 of us are here.
Where's Jane?
Yeah, Jane
Good
is
question.
missing.
Where's the other
She,
guy?
I wouldn't say missing.
No, Jane went missing with her death.
I would explain.
Hold on a second. Are you sure they got lost? What's going on here? Are you covering for them?
Not on purpose.
Sacre bleu, don't you fuck with me.
Sacre bleu.
Look, if we are covering for them, we don't know about it.
We split up
Listen, I don't know
at
shit.
the bazaar, and then we said we'll meet up here.
Yeah, we split up at the
Oh, the
bazaar.
bazaar? Where'd you lose them? At the ice cream fountain?
Actually, yeah.
That's similar to
That motherfucker!
I thought you guys were going to make out point.
Oh!
No, I think Jane.
He
said
runs out of
something
the
about
building
that.
and is immediately killed.
Didn't they say something about Cuckold Creek?
Jesus Christ.
I was wondering why Tar kept trying to give me this present of these antler horns to wear.
Where you gotta find a creek in this city? Come on.
Creeks.
Well, I mean, there are a couple makeout creeks. I would rob people there.
But there's only one Cuckold Creek.
Yeah.
Notoriously.
Yeah, that one is actually into Nath territory, so I assume they went there to double back.
You see Zan looking around. He picks up a needle and thread. He's like, "This is all I need." Like,
What?
Are you going to make clothes?
Well, anyways, we have no way of knowing if they're gone or captive or
I've
anything.
had enough of this
so...
disrespect, man. I'm gonna make the pants, and then I'm gonna wear them in this relationship.
You go. You go.
This relationship
man.
for one.
Fuck you.
Room for 2?
When that guy comes back, I swear, I'm gonna give that motherfucker a piece of my mind.
I'm gonna put him in my pants. We're gonna have to share.
That'll be a my pants relationship.
Fucking Tar is coming through the door. Zan is running up to him, bug-eyed. Let me smell your dick.
Let me smell your dick.
Drop him, pirate boy.
Well, I keep my ear on the ground.
Y'all should take care of the captives people. Maybe they need water or something. Are they hydrated?
Oh, okay.
Jesus.
I gather up all the water in town or in the building, and
I presume there is water there.
I will go. I will make sure nobody is thirsting to death. They woken up also.
Lovanith has not stirred from the place that she was laid down. She looks comatose, functionally.
Mm-hmm.
The other, the drow, appears to have shifted partially, but is still, clearly in this sort of, fugue.
Okay. I'll leave a glass of water next to both of them with a straw for the drow because of the gag.
How does that work?
The straw, you go actually with a small. I have
It's
to
a
help
gag
him out.
straw.
It's a gag straw. Actually, yeah, the gag has a straw built in.
As you're coming back downstairs, you hear, "You son of a bitch, where the fuck have you been?" And you hear,
I was
"What are you talking
upstairs."
about?" He's like, "I need to. Why are you taking off your clothes?"
What?
And you come downstairs and you can see Tar has flung off his big long brown pirate's coat. He's like, "I need to borrow some of your clothes and I need to find a razor." He's like, "What?"
Shave this man, head to toe.
He's trying to be presentable for when Jane.
He's like, "What are you doing? What? Why do you need? What?" He's I'm gonna make a roll to see how annoyed Tar is with... Okay, he's pretty annoyed. He looks over at him, he's like, I need to, gotta get all the stank off me. He just keeps walking.
Dirk with the juice box just shrugs and be like, it'd be like that, bro. Just gotta get the stank off, you know?
Well,
I go to him. Just like, told you there, make a point.
I guess I'm gonna have to murder Tar now.
Just like Tar murdered Jane, who still hasn't returned.
Wait, so where the fuck is Jane? You hear shouting down. I don't know, she was walking pretty bow-legged.
I do not understand.
I'm gonna go up to Tar and be like, no, but really, what happened? Hello?
We had to murder a bunch of prison guards. She's coming, I think. Unless she got caught again, in which case, I tried.
Okay.
And you see, fucking Zan was halfway up the steps when he heard that, and he's like, it's not fucking cool, man. The fuck? You know I clearly have some insecurity about this. He's like, I know. Stop it. It's not attractive.
I'm trying to be attractive to you.
It's, in
I'm
fact...
not turned on by this, Zan!
In fact, Zan says, I'm not trying to be attractive to you.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest. I'm fucking flaccid right now. All right, completely. You gotta up your game, bud.
I'm just saying, you know, you wanna sort out your shit, you know? He's like, you sort out your shit. You always getting into arguments with her. He's like, I'm not starting them.
Dirk, now with popcorn, is just in a chair watching this happen.
And then, Tar and Zan proceed to have a meaningless argument up in the room while Zan is like just watching him try on different pairs of his pants.
when does it evolve into passionate sex?
Very oddly quickly. Oddly quickly.
No.
Jane
like 3 minutes.
Jane finally arrives.
So Dad comes in. It's everyone's dad.
You see your father walk in.
Dad?
Whoa.
You see everyone sees him as their dad. Gonna go to Lovanith.
Dad, what are you doing here?
Oh, hey son.
Jane, you walk in.
Hey son.
You see Tar come down the stairs with Zan partially behind. Tar looks a little different than you saw him previously. He is currently in a like these like pants that are a little too short for him. Like these black pants are a little too short for him, and like a cerulean button-up. He looks so it looks so not correct on this Seaman. And he has done what appears to be a very patchy and hasty job of cutting his hair short. And it's just sort of like he does look different. If you were to you wouldn't immediately be able to guess this is Tar, and he's like, I look like a fucking idiot. By the way, me and your boyfriend decided we're a throuple now. And you hear Zan say, we fucking did it! I'm sick of this guy!
Oh, you fucking did it? Great!
Yeah, no! I heard him say did it.
Oh, it's good. You guys needed to get rid of that tension.
Boudon, where's Boudon? I need some companionship right now, and I'm... Oh, do you want my little boy, girl? You're like a circle.
You're like a two-dimensional shape.
Oh, this isn't right at all.
Let's get a look at Lovanith. Y'all are ridiculous. I don't know. So she's unresponsive.
Oops.
I know Zan found me in a state of unresponsiveness.
Yes.
wonder if it was similar.
You,
Hope it wasn't.
You sort of approach Lovanith, who's been, like, I assume probably propped up, not just, like, left there splayed out. She is... I mean, she's recognizably the person from your memories, but, like, she has to have lost 50 pounds, and she wasn't super heavy before. You know, hair shorn off, eyes unfocused. She doesn't, there's not a lot of, like, physical damage to her, but there is, a pretty nasty-looking scar. Like, sort of, like, her clothes are sort of tattered, so you can sort of see part of her chest, and it's, like, right, like, between the breasts, like, right there, like, a pretty nasty scar. Which is, I mean, it's healed, it's older, but it's not, it doesn't look good. It definitely was pretty gruesome at a certain point.
I give her a sponge bath or something. I don't know. I put her in a nice.
She is
nice
pretty.
bathrobe.
She is pretty, like not like she's not filthy, but she's certainly unwashed.
She could use one.
Yeah.
Okay. I like sponge her off. I put her in like a nice robe.
When you pulled her away from the chair as well, you could see there was space for anything her body ingested to expel. But it didn't have a bidet on it, so
I'll get her all cleaned up, and I'll get her in a nice, comfortable robe that's also stylish, matches her skin tone. You know. And
and she's got little scars around, like the rim of her, like cranium, from where those, like that little crown of crystals that was sort of stuck onto her head. Yeah, there's just like little like, little, yeah. You can see Tar is just sort of.
I stop being dad when I give her a sponge bath because that's weird.
I'm gonna say Tar probably insists on being a part of this process and is trying to make her a little more presentable as well, and just sort of like
comfortable.
You see, he's trying really hard not to look at her eyes, but he's trying to clean her up. And Zan, sort of observing, says, I mean, when I found you, Shali, you were pretty bad, but, I mean, you were, like, it was like somebody, smashed you over the head and left you on the side of the road. You were unconscious, you were bleeding. This is, this is different.
Oh, sure, but she's unresponsive.
Well, yeah.
I was unresponsive.
That's true. I got you to wake a little bit at the time, but it was like, I don't know, you weren't really there, You were like, sort of just looking around, drooling, hands sort of moving. I mean, you existed, but you didn't. And you would pass out pretty quick every time I tried to get you up. I mean, it was like you had really bad brain damage, which I figured you probably did.
Is he not looking in her eyes because you look dead?
You can interpret it as such, but he definitely seems very uncomfortable.
Tar, do you have any idea what any? I mean, I'm...
I don't know. I mean, I've never... I've never seen anything like this. I don't even know where to begin to imagine what they've been doing with her for... I mean, God, it's been years.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to her. If what Lovanith said was... I think they were prepping her, trying to, get inside, maybe. Find out what she knew and set up shop. If
Wow.
they still had her, I guess they hadn't got her. Which I suppose is pretty impressive.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know how much of her is in there. I mean... Oh, that's a weird fucking sound.
What? Me?
No, I'm gonna pause her. Okay. So, Lovanith, yep.
What does Milu think?
Milu is sort of circling Lovanith and meowing.
And meow.
You can see... you can generally get a sense of your cat here. Seems quite comfortable in the presence of Lovanith. Seems to recognize her.
Milu, tell me the answers. Show me the way. Like you did in the dream. Remember in the dream?
You're talking to your... Oh, right, I forgot that's your necklace.
Remember in the dream you showed me the way? Show me the way.
Show me the way.
So, I need you to... Milu. Okay. I don't know. Should we... I think we should wait a time for her to respond. Maybe with the apparatus off of her head.
Maybe. I don't know.
If not, maybe we can try to... We'll take action after...
I mean, I don't have anything I can do. I hit stuff, I don't know anything about maladies of the mind. Whatever's going on here.
Maybe I can... Oh, is this gonna hurt? Maybe I can try to look. Maybe I can try to look. And maybe. Just let me.
I don't have any better ideas.
Yeah. Milo spot me. Yeah. So, I brain war. I get.
Make a wisdom check.
I'm not rolling that well. Well, could have done worse. 15.
You reach out, sort of reaching those like mental tendrils towards the mind of Lovanith. And you grasp and grasp, but where you normally feel a mind to grab onto. Your mental hand closes around air. You can feel that there might be something far back in there.
Oh.
But whatever is there is badly eroded. To the point that you can't even get a hold of it.
Maybe we... Okay, so it's not great.
Yeah.
But there's something back there.
Something.
It's not completely empty. At first I thought it was. But there is something to grab. Nothing I can grab.
God.
Milu's not sure of your confidence level.
Yeah, she's honking.
It doesn't, I don't know. It doesn't even feel like I got her back.
It looks like there's another step.
I don't even recognize her.
No, you recognize her. There's just another step. It was just a longer process than we thought it was going to be.
When isn't it?
Yeah. Or it was just a more complicated one than we thought it was going to be.
I can take her back.
After what? Oh, home?
They, I mean, they gotta have somebody who's dealt with this kind of thing there, right?
Yeah, I guess.
I don't know. I don't have any other ideas. Nobody. I mean, I don't think we can take her to a doctor. If fucking all of Denaith is in on it, or at least in the city, then I can't exactly put her up anywhere, or they're probably gonna find her. Well, they probably got other ways of looking for her.
Yeah, I know.
Fuck. God. Oh, what I would give to get my hands on every one of those motherfuckers. Be honest, I took that paddy wagon partially to save you and partially just to get some of this fucking fire out of my system. It didn't really work.
Maybe I know a way.
What?
You're not gonna like it.
What?
You're really gonna hate this idea. I don't know if I should tell you. I don't know if I should tell anybody. I don't know if I should say it.
Well, tell me it so we can all yell at you, I guess.
Melanie. I mean, I know someone who can. I don't know if they can.
What?
I know. Well, they were the person who told me, who was able to tell me where I was from. They were able to draw up some memories of mine.
Who are we referring to?
A woman who has brain power. She's my friend.
Who are we?
She's from the embassy.
The embassy. Are you fucking crazy? You wanna bring a fucking Adaran, from their point of view, terrorist to a Readran diplomat? What do you think they're gonna do with her?
I don't know if she knows.
Even if whoever this person isn't in on whatever grand scheme this is, we're talking about enemies back hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. Bitter blood shed on both sides. And you wanna hand her over to the enemy? Did that brain war scramble your brains?
See, this is why I didn't want to tell you.
I'm not signing off. No fucking way. No fucking way. I mean, God.
Well, do you have a better idea?
Yeah.
Not one on a quick timetable.
Well,
you don't
until
trust
you can
her,
think
but
of something, that's our best idea.
You don't know her.
And you do.
I think I do.
Sure. You know what she wants you to know. She's what? She's inspired, right?
Yes.
And you think you can believe anything she says?
Yes.
Why? 'Cause she's been nice to you?
She's nice to everyone.
That's part of the point. Riedra is a utopia from the outside. They generally don't walk around twirling their mustaches. That'd be counterintuitive.
I don't know. My last experience with Inspired was a very mustache twirling one.
You... No fucking way.
Five hours later.
What happened?
Oh no, she's just in the house and he's like, fuck it, god damn it.
I have been fighting these guys for longer than you have any memory. Way longer. And so has she. Longer than probably either of us have been alive. I mean, hell, even if she was Sheshintal, do you know the laundry list of crimes associated with her name, probably? I mean, for God's sake. All they'd have to do is find out her name, and she'd be headed for, I don't know, whatever kind of executions they do. Shoot your brain out with a mind blast. No. We'll get, who's the fucking, the relative. We'll get the relative.
What's she gonna do?
I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, sure. We'll go to Lovanith, or we'll bring her here, or whatever. Or I'll go get her and bring her here.
We should be careful grabbing anybody of her family to help, just in case. That's probably the first people they would look at, since, she's no longer, in the prison.
Do you think they know about her? I mean, I get.
Eventually they will. So it's either grab her now, or the longer we wait with this, the more likely that they're to notice that, oh, hey, look, that prisoner that was here is no longer here. Both of them, actually.
I don't know.
She told me I was her friend, and that if I needed anything, I could ask her.
You're right, I believe you now.
I can't describe to you, really, without having you see it for yourself, but...
And I'm not gonna do that.
No, you don't have to.
That Inspired walks up to me, she's gonna see a whole lot of her countrymen that I cut in half.
Yeah.
Something tells me her friendly disposition will wither. We're not run-of-the-mill Adorans. We're,
She knows where I'm from.
I'm talking about me and Lovanith. We've killed a lot of their people. We've fucked up a lot of their plans. How generous do you think she's gonna feel when she finds out Lovanith has killed tons of Readrins? Who do you think she has more loyalty to? You? Or the country to whom she works as a diplomat?
I don't know, but I know that I'm her only friend here.
I still think I should take her. I think I should take her to Adar. They gotta have somebody who would know something. They gotta... Danaith isn't gonna follow me to Adar if I set sail now.
Do you think they already know who you are, or what?
Well, they've seen my face, but...
Do you think they identified you?
I didn't see anybody walking around with a, you know, a census and a list of pictures. I'm sure, you know, they could figure it out eventually. Which is why, you know. But I mean, I don't spend that much time in the city to begin with. 90% of the time I'm here, I spend in Cliffside. I don't really come up here. I don't expect my face is particularly well known around here. Well, I mean, it might be a little more well known now, but...
Okay. Well, I guess you know better than I do.
I can't put her in a position that we don't know which way it'll go.
Yeah, okay.
It could be you're right, but there's a good possibility that you're not. That she is,
okay.
I mean, even if she is nice, she is Riedran. I cannot put her in that kind of fucking danger.
Yeah, okay. Are you gonna take her now?
Carter, roll over. I'll find the relative. Take her to my ship. I'll be back. He just leaves.
I watch him leave. I look at Dirk, who's here.
It makes sense you guys divorced.
I don't remember it. But
to your credit, I think it was a good idea.
no,
But, you know, yeah. The popcorn is now not eaten because it's no longer juicy drama, it's just sad drama.
He was like, yeah, get it, Zan, get it, Tar. And then he's like, bitter, fucking history of violence. Fucking, yeah, it's not as fun.
let's see here. He's going over to... Where is that?
It's in Overlook.
Overlook. Overlook. Wonder where that is.
It's in the upper city, I think.
Oh, upper.
Yeah.
He's going all the way back up there?
Hmm?
So he's going all the way back up to the upper?
What's upper,
Somewhere.
Dura.
Yeah. Right there. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, it's like right on the edge there.
Upper Dura. Okay. He's gonna kill me. As soon as I see him turn the corner, I fucking
Dirk starts eating his popcorn again. This is
fucking bolt out the door and head
Jay?
head towards Central.
I look at Vothnak.
Um,
She's gonna do that thing, isn't she?
probably.
She's gonna do the thing. Well, you want some popcorn?
Okay. Thank you.
Hey, here you go. You're welcome. He takes half of the popcorn by just with one hand.
And I reach in and I pull out a chunk of popcorn the size of, I'm gonna say, a mini Yorkie.
What are Grond and Peppy up to? You just chilling?
Yeah, just chilling, I guess. Nothing we can really do at this point.
It is. Jane can't decide.
Yeah, this is like her stuff. But you know, I don't want to. You know, I was here, but I wasn't really here. You know.
I don't want to enter tube.
I bring out the scones.
Save a few for when they get back.
Oh no, that's what these popcorn bags are for. Let's eat those now.
Okay.
I eat Zan's share of scones, and so
I eat
it's
Zan's
hard to-
chair.
The grass in the scone.
There's also underlook.
There's
overlooking under.
I was just
a fun combo.
Did you know it's the exact same number of districts from Castle Bridge to Ambassador Towers and Castle Bridge to Underlook? Just something fun to think about.
Oh, overlook.
Overlook, yep. Okay. Okay. So I presume you're heading to the embassy is what my assumption.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. You make your way through over the main bridge into Dragon Towers, through Davigate and to Ambassador Towers, where the long streets and rows of embassies stand, and you come upon the strange, curved, crysteel and odd stone Readran embassy structure. The harmonious shield lined up outside in regimented order.
They're so harmonious and shielded.
That's what the guard's called.
I say, I say, they're so harmoniously shielded. I mumble to myself as I enter. I go to the receptionist.
You see the receptionist, whose name you know, but I forget.
Oh, you got.
Nope.
No. It was Tiber. I wrote it down.
Ding-a-ding-a-durnin'.
It doesn't really matter. I don't know.
No, I went to. It was. Gosh, we've been playing this for a long time. We've been playing this for too long. Alright, this is too far back. I must have missed it. Name start with a T. What?
TikTok.
I must have. Yeah, no, I must have lost it. Never mind.
TikTok, dude.
I guess I was lying, I guess. That's what I say when
Jane's forgotten his name. And he says, "Hello. Welcome back to the Readron Embassy, Miss Jane."
I forgot your name. I'm so sorry.
That's all right. So am I.
What?
What can I do for you today?
Are you okay?
No.
No, I'm not either, actually.
I have the memento disease, like Guy Pearce in Memento.
Guy Pearson. Memento.
Yes. I tattooed "You don't know what your name is" on my forearm.
So, here, I give him my mento. You can eat it.
It's too spicy.
What?
How can I help you?
Oh, this man needs help. Hey, is Helkachte around?
Lady Helkashtai is currently attending some business with the ambassador, but she should be free in perhaps an hour's time.
Okay. That's it.
Follow the path.
Follow the path.
Just trying to
Let her
remember
know.
what my sign-off was.
Yep, let her know it's urgent, if you can. If or not. Or don't.
All right, I won't.
I mean, if you can't, then don't.
Time keeps on ticking, ticking, ticking.
Into the future.
Tulak.
Tulak, that is his name. There we go.
Tuvok?
Tulak. That was his name.
Secretary at Readron Embassy.
Absolutely correct. So an hour goes by.
I have Mila there. My only friend.
Dirk has set up lawn chairs in front of Reap and Nuriso to see who arrives first.
Oh. It wasn't really a race, but I just didn't want to be there anymore.
It is now a race.
You see, the doors towards the back open, and you can see the brilliant, beautiful visage of the ambassador with that sort of long, like bluish hair, just sort of like speaking quietly to the radiance of Helkashtai in the doorway for a moment across the way.
I think about crabs. Nothing but crabs.
In the background behind them, you can see just sort of standing in the shadows, just sort of like still arms crossed and looking dour is Malashari. And then Helkashtai looks across the way and smiles and begins to approach as the ambassador returns back inside.
By the way, I go check on the drow, make sure there aren't any, like, I don't know, giant open flames near him.
There are not. He is also still out.
Okay.
He's sort of like muttering in his sleep occasionally, just... he looks like whatever happened to him, it was under a much less longer of a duration of a time than what happened to Lovanith, and he's starting to... looks like parts of him are starting to come around a little bit.
We're gonna keep someone on him. I'm gonna put Grond on Drow Watch if he's okay with that. Grond is
Put
good
a
at that.
blanket over the drow, make him come.
You what? Oh, you put a blanket
Put
on
a
him?
blanket over him.
He snuggles.
Yeah, keep him warm.
He snuggles into it.
I put a plate with 3 scones next to the water.
He
For the drow.
He cannot eat or drink.
That's
He's
really
gagged.
I put a little umbrella in his drink. I'm
Oh,
there
eat it
now.
so he gets the feeling of nourishment. He'll understand.
Yeah.
Elcaster approaches Jane. So you're sort of sweeping up with this long, flowing golden dress. And she approaches and says, Jane, what an unexpected surprise. It's good to see you.
It's good to see you too. What are your plans for today?
Well,
Is it a bad time?
what is, I don't have anything immediately on the docket. I have to get back to work in a few hours, but a little bit of time. What are we talking about?
Something really terrible has happened,
What?
and I want to talk to you.
Okay.
Not
What has
here.
happened?
Not here.
A little perplexed. Very well. And just sort of sweeps out into the street.
We go to Blinkies.
Listen, I know she's your friend. Alcaster would not be fucking caught dead in a Blinkies.
What if?
You're right.
What if it's the upscale blinkies in?
Blondies.
She is.
No, listen.
She is way too much of a socialite to be seen at a fucking Blinkies. That'll ruin her reputation.
So sad.
We can walk and talk. I like to walk the streets of the city.
Okay. I found an old friend of mine.
Really?
Mm. She's not well.
You're gonna have to speak up a little bit.
She's not well.
Okay.
She's I don't know. She's almost brain dead.
What happened to her?
How do I put this? I'm not entirely sure myself.
Was it a similar situation to you? Sort of gestures at the head wound.
Not quite. I don't know how on purpose my thing was. Hers was very on purpose.
Someone hurt her.
Yeah. There's almost nothing left in there that I can find. I'm not very strong. I'm not very brain strong. Does that make sense? I don't know if she's coming back. Well, not by me.
I'm sorry to hear that. It is sad that you finally were able to track someone down from your memories. And that person is in such a state.
Oh, Kashta, you know that I left Riedra on purpose.
I suspected, considering you were here, that, obviously you had left.
How often do you see people doing that?
Regular citizens? I'm not sure I've ever personally witnessed any. Most people in Riedra are content to stay where they are protected, where it is safe. Corvair has its charms, but it is, it's certainly not safe.
I didn't feel very safe upon recalling what that woman did to me.
What do you mean?
When that woman put, sleeper agent words into my head.
Which woman are we talking about here?
The one that I told you about?
Well, like I said, I don't always agree with her methods. Suppose they are her purview as I have my duty and she has hers. She carries it out the way she sees fit, I suppose. I am sorry that you had to be a part of it.
I'm sorry too. I'm sorry, Helkashte. The more I learn about my past, the less impressed I become with Riedra.
Well, You are free to hold that opinion. This is Corvair. Personally, I do still miss it. I like Corvair. It's more interesting, that's for certain. There is much going on. Driedra, quiet, tranquility. These are underappreciated, underseen in Corvair. To know that you can live in a community that does not even need doors, let alone locks. To know that all of your friends and family, neighbors are all pulling together as one. That the beasts of the wilds, the horrors of the worlds you are defended against, or shepherded. It's nice to be at peace. Most people don't get that opportunity in Corvair. In Riedra, it is every person's birthright.
Kind of feels like it's their only right.
And what would be the alternative? Chaos? How does that help bring peace to the people? How does that keep a nation stable? How does that serve anyone's means? No. I like Corvair, but the way things are done here, all of the backstabbing, politicking, all of the violence and crime, the wars. I certainly would not trade Riedra for it.
You know, there are other continents outside of Corvair that are better examples of what life looks like when there's personal freedom.
The continent of the dragons no one knows. The elves, they are xenophobes and they worship the dead. There's nothing wrong with that, but they keep to their own peculiar customs. And Zendrick, most of Zendrick is either trackless jungle or smugglers' dens. In truth, this world's two great civilizations are Riedra and the lands of Corvair.
So I know there's a lot of bad stuff or whatever, but like, you know, people are making choices for themselves. And, you know, those outcomes are not ideal, maybe.
No one is forced into a role in Riedra. You're free to choose your path. But
you're not free to think anything but positive things. You're not allowed to think. You're not allowed to be skeptical. You're not allowed to initiate any sort of change. Everything is the same.
Before we came to bring Salona together, they had much of that. They had much dissent, much disorder, ways of doing things. And they were killing each other in record numbers. All of the nations were at war with each other or at themselves. Brother killed brother. Fathers fought their sons. It was a bloodbath. Salona was a nightmare. We brought peace, stability. The people who only several hundred years ago were cutting each other's throats are now working side by side for the betterment of their society. They are no longer fighting over resources because they have enough. Everyone shares and everyone's bowl is plentiful. Corvair, we are not 5 years from everyone on this continent trying to murder each other over a chair.
Yeah, but in this country, the father isn't taking away from his son for having dissenting ideas about the government.
The wars that were happening in Salona made your wars here look like child's play. Butchery on a scale you cannot even imagine. There are many in Riedra who are afraid that disorder will propagate with itself. That all it takes is a single card for the deck to come crashing down. We do not want to bring pain back to Salona. We do not want the Ilaltas to... no, that's the good one. The Altavars to gain a foothold in our society. There are times when one must prioritize the many over the few.
Would you feel the same if that were your parent?
I never knew my parents, but for the sake of argument.
Well, I guess this doesn't apply.
I don't know.
Why don't you know your parents?
I was raised in seclusion, as are all inspired. We are somewhat more than human, raised to be as sufficient a vessel for the Ilaltas as we can be, to be able to contain both ourselves and this great guiding spirit. My parents, they may have been other chosen, they may have not. But whatever the case, I was brought up to be what I am. That is the way of all inspired. Not the most carefree childhood, but it's an important one. We have an important duty to guide Riedra.
Okay. Well, anyway, thanks for talking to me.
Well, it was good to see you.
Yeah.
Good luck with your friend. And she sort of just inclines her head at you and heads on back.
I just kind of stare at the wall for 3 hours. That's what I do.
So I guess Tar gets back first.
Like I said, it was never a race.
I know, but he was like waiting to see who would show up. Tar pushes through the ribbon and he's like, what the fuck is this?
The ribbon?
Yeah, the little like finish line ribbon. Why did you put this here?
He still raises his arms as if he's like, yeah, I did it.
Tar heads on inside, makes his way back to Lovanith, and he's sort of looking around. He's like, "Hey, where's Jane?"
I do not know.
Make out point.
No one actually knows, so you can all honestly answer, I don't know.
I mean, Dirk has a good idea. But make out point?
I don't want to skip out and just like.
She said goodbye to him.
All right, well, how long's she been gone?
She left almost
Probably
immediately.
like 2 hours?
It's been like a couple of hours, yeah.
Probably a couple hours.
She didn't say where she was going?
No, she didn't say anything, but, you know her.
If they're watching that relative, it's only a matter of time before they find the blue horizon.
What?
He, walks over to Lovanith.
Is that like a Daredevil reference or something?
Yes.
Yep. He
That
sort
makes
of
sense.
kneels down, next to Lovanith, and he sort of, you hear him whispering something, but it's in a language you don't understand.
Yeah. My favorite.
And then he,
Did he say he couldn't find the relative?
no, he said, if they're looking for the relative, they're gonna find the blue horizon soon, because he sent him
Okay.
there. And I've been pretty hostile recently. It's just kind of what I'm like. I'm not gonna say she wasn't goading me sometimes, but I don't know. Tell Jane I'm sorry, and I'll be back. And hopefully with better news.
In like an hour, or like...
What?
Like
No, he's gonna like take a ship to somewhere, dude.
That's what I'm thinking.
He's gonna be. Sorry, I was in the room eating popcorn. It was really sad drama. It turned into
Anybody,
good drama than bad drama.
Anybody make her invisible?
Oh, I guess I can. I guess I make her invisible.
All right. Well. Yeah. He
Hey, good luck.
hoists her up. Gives one last little look around. Looks at Zan. Thanks for the clothes. And then heads out the door.
Okay.
So 3 hours.
There goes my only lead. Bye bye.
Whoops. I am... Well, I guess very confused. Did he say where he was going?
To
Yes.
Sarlona.
He's going
That's gone. She's gone.
Wait. Why are
Actually,
we
you know,
not-
he probably would take her to the Lodestar.
I say
Because
that...
that's a shorter, and they've got he'd probably take her to the Lodestar instead of a door, but still.
Why are we letting him take her? Maybe
Well,
we should go and catch him.
Well, he hasn't
All
left
I
the house
know-
yet.
Okay.
Yes, he
All I
did.
know is that people
Oh, he
keep
did?
running.
He just said he walked
you
out.
wanted at least... Oh,
Yeah, we turned her invisible and he left.
It wasn't...
People keep running in and out of the house, and I'm just...
Well, is he...
Ground's just turning around and around and around.
Can we see
making
where
sure
he...
on
this
Lazy
crowd's
Susan.
doing okay.
Can we see where he went?
I mean, down the street. He's not hiding.
Yeah,
He's just walking
so-
away.
Hey. You just want to wait for Jane, I guess? I don't know.
I mean,
It's kind of like her only lead on this, like, whole
Was it not
past thing.
I just asked and nobody said.
I was looking at the scones. Sorry. But it would not be good. We should wait until Jane comes back.
Can you make her invisible again?
Me personally, no, but Peppy can.
Yep. I got a couple more on me.
If she's not back by sunset, I gotta get the fuck out of here.
Okay.
Takes her back inside.
I mean, I don't know what to say to him, you guys.
I want her to stay.
I don't know either. But, you know, it's, something. We'll have her there and we'll say something funny.
3 hours elapse.
I don't know, I go back.
Okay. Jane returns. To you reap and we sow. Probably an hour before sunset, thereabouts. Been a while. I think. Yeah, it's been a little while.
I've exhausted all my ideas, you guys, with what to say. Nobody else has any ideas, I guess. So.
No.
What are we trying to do?
Well, I don't. I mean, it's fine. Actually.
Because if it's a comatose person, I'm assuming a brain war occurred. Didn't work.
You can try another one if you want. I don't like. This is your stuff, so I don't know what to do. Like,
Brain war don't work. You gotta get brain people to do it.
Yeah, no, exactly.
I mean, you could wait. Who does somebody have detect thoughts to spell?
Yeah, no, I don't.
Schmumpton did.
Great.
Schmumpton had all the cool utility spells and took them with her too.
Okay.
Yeah, Nick was like,
Yeah,
I'm building
well.
utility, so I didn't take any utility.
I know. Yeah, well, here we are.
Here we are.
I
Is that over
waft
there
deeper.
smoldering in that burning trash barrel? Is that the dragon arc?
Dragon arm. You get to be dragons? You would have anyway. I wave a particularly pungent scone under her nose.
Oh, look, she wakes up. Perfect.
Yeah, I don't know any brain people I can think of.
Oh,
I don't know any brain people I can think of, right, Nick? Like, any cognitive specialists?
Cognitive specialists? Probably not. I mean, I don't. In a world where healing magic has been fully commercialized, I'm not sure they have neurosurgeons.
What about mind soul stuff?
Mind solve.
Yeah.
I think
I mean,
neurotic wizards.
It's
are
not
close
necessarily like the
second.
sort of. You gather this probably isn't super common. You don't know in particular. I mean, it's a possibility that somebody at Jarasco could do something, but you have no idea, like what they would do, or if how much it would cost. They don't work for free.
What about the church man?
Mazentana?
Sure.
Who knows? I mean, he's not. I think he's not like super powerful in magic. I think he knows like up to like third, because he did remove curse, I think, which is third. I mean, I suppose it's technically possible, but I mean, you don't know what he would be able to do.
Well, it's one potential stop before Sarlona, anyway. Maybe he'll be able to say something useful. Figure something out.
Yeah, maybe. Jackie. Hey. What's your back? Yeah,
See,
I didn't.
I guess since you've come at, you see Taurus sort of still sitting there, and he's like, "Have a nice walk."
I don't say anything.
All right. Well, they wanted me to wait for you to come back. Milu's face.
So intelligent, taking in the surroundings.
Not sure that's the word I would use.
Very handsome. Very handsome.
Staring blankly into the middle distance, 1,000-yard
No,
stare.
handsome, Jack. So handsome. Keeping this one for the books.
Milu is doing this next to Lovanith, imitating her expression.
No, there are eons behind this eyes. This eyes.
Well, so I waited. What did you guys want me to do?
I thought that Jane You know,
I figured in the 4 hours we would have an idea, but
we could try
there's that priest guy, I guess.
amazing tasing.
That man, he's a neutral third party, I guess.
It's not like a mind reader, though.
He probably won't immediately try to send her to death or something. I don't know.
Listen, when people get hurt or they get compromised or they get, the enemy on their tail, they get fucked up in some way, the rallying point, the hideout, the safe house, is the Lodestar Sanctuary off the coast of Zendrick. It's a much shorter journey, and it's possible that someone could be there. I had kind of wanted to go back to Adar to see if presenting Lovanith like this would get anyone to fucking give a shit that something is clearly happening over here. But I could still pass on a message from the Lodestar. It's where...
I don't know, you've been passing on... Yeah, I mean, you've been passing on messages this whole time and nothing's been happening. So...
But this is proof. This is... How can you ignore this?
Okay.
They can ignore me, because I'm just a guy. But Lovanith, she's one of them. I mean, I have to think that I'm to pay some attention.
Couldn't you just show that to their ambassadors? Or just people when they do it, though?
What?
You're a while away.
What?
What?
You can't hear you.
Oh. Why can't the people that are here, the embassy peoples?
I don't know if there's an Adaran embassy.
There for sure is not. Three agents would probably leave the city.
Oh, it's the other ones that have games. Okay.
Okay, Tar, just go, I guess.
I'm just trying to find a safe place where somebody might know something.
Yeah, go. Yeah, do it.
All right. Help me with this. I can't carry her around in public like this.
I could try and, invisible her again.
Sure.
I'm visible again. Beep.
Picks her up. It's less than a week to the Lodestar.
Okay, whatever, just go.
In the event of that, are we staying here then for 2 weeks?
He heads out the door again.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm sorry, y'all. I just really didn't.
I mean, we did what we set out to do.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's whatever. What really got me though was being told my friend wasn't my friend.
You went to go see her, didn't you?
Yeah.
Honestly, I kind of expected you to bring her back here. What happened?
When I was talking to her, I can't really explain it, but what he said really started getting to me, and I didn't feel like she was really my friend, maybe. And maybe what he said is true. Which is just shocking to me because she just seemed so earnest. I like to believe people, you know? Like.
Well, as somebody who's been around a lot of liars, the best ones are the ones you think they're, the most honest. So maybe, who knows? Maybe she is a good person, or time will eventually tell us.
Yeah. It felt really shitty to doubt her, but at the same time, I couldn't shake it. And if I'm wrong, I'd feel terrible. So I didn't bring her.
Doubt her how? Intentions?
Well, I don't know. Tar was telling me that they're all liars and they're all manipulators, and they only tell you what they want. I mean, everybody only tells you what they want you to know, obviously.
Generally, unless they're like drugged or something, maybe.
Yeah, but they very perfectly project the opinion they want you to have of them. There's nothing real about them. And that, they just they act a certain way in order to get your I don't know, sometimes it's respect, I guess. In Kashta's case, maybe it was pity.
Well, trust, not pity.
No, I felt bad for her. She's so lonely. Or she said she is. I guess I don't really know anything anymore. Because, you can, make sweeping generalizations about anybody. Yeah? You can say all goblins are bad. And, you can say all inspired are bad. You can say all Adarans are bad. Lots of people do that. Lots of people say that. But, in most cases, that's not true. Everybody's their own person. If it had been me, though, in that case I wouldn't have been able to approach her. But if it had been me, if I didn't have somebody else being sacrificed, I would have brought her in and let her see. But it wasn't my sacrifice to make. And with all my doubts, if I didn't have the doubts, I would have brought her, but I had too many.
Can always. Oh.
I'm sorry this guy got into your head, Shelly. I didn't like him from the jump, for the record.
Okay.
I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe he's right. Maybe all inspired are bad. Maybe all inspired know exactly what they're doing.
I mean, it doesn't mean that they're all bad. Just that these specific ones are not good.
I don't know that I generally believe that anybody's all bad or all good. You know? I mean, I think everybody's got a mix. I don't know, it's kind of hard to tell. Yeah, kalashtar, I guess, every time she's around, it's kind of hard to deal with the presence, so, you know.
Yeah, it's hard to not look at her.
I always liked her too, but I mean, when she's around you, I feel like you feel that anyways, you know? It's sort of like an aura. But the aura doesn't make her nice, presumably, so I don't know. I don't know nothing. I took my pants.
I think you gave up your pants there.
It's debatable.
Yeah, it's lucky you're a tailor, so you can make more.
Those were my 8th favorite pair of pants.
Well, that's a shame. At least you still got one for every day of the week.
What about Tuesday?
Did you say Tuesday?
That's right.
Tuesday.
I'm talking about Tuesday.
Oh, fucking Birmingham.
Tuesday?
It's Tuesday,
It's fucking
isn't it?
Tuesday.
You want a water bottle?
Blasted language.
Tuesday.
It's an infernal tongue.
Are there British people
every
in EBERRON?
Tuesday, I go stomping down the old apples and pears and get out there to the 6th bong of Big Ben.
Are there British people in EBERRON?
No.
I mean, I've spoken in a British
French
accent.
No.
Yeah, but I mean, is there a Birmingham?
No. No way.
Never.
Never. Nick would never. Except in Syndrome, but Nick would never.
Listen, I like the northern accents. No, I was gonna say, no, that's Liverpool, is the Beatles. I was gonna do a Beatle impression, but it's a different place. I'm running with the Beatles.
What are you talking about, mate? Oh, wow, that's
Lucy in the
fucking
sky
dog
with
shit.
diamonds. Did you hear that, Ringo?
Ringo never hears, by the way. They're always saying that.
Ringo!
Ringo's like, what?
Gotta pay attention. You can't hear us over the sound of the drums. I hate my wife sometimes.
I beat my
When
way.
I'm not beating my wife, I beat my son.
You're one of today's lucky 1,000 who has to hear somebody say again that John Lennon beat his wife.
You cause like 500 of those 1,000
I
people
bet you've
every
never
day.
heard that one before.
Every single time the Beatles come up in any form near Nick, he sprints to the
Do
sword.
you guys know that John Lennon beat his wife and child?
Personally, I'm more of a George Harrison guy, but I'm a bit biased.
Did you know Hey Jude was about... God, that's so sad and depressing. Did you know Hey Jude was... Paul wrote it because John's first son Jude was completely neglected and then just beaten all the time.
That is actually what that song is about. That's true.
What?
That's true. That's a true
Yeah.
story. He's right about that.
Hey Jude, don't be afraid. Make this sad song and make it better.
It's literally about.
It's literally about because Paul and Linda were always out with John and his wife. I forget her name, the first one. The
Whoever.
one he mercilessly beat all the time.
Just bah, bah, bah.
Yeah, and they were out with him, and Jude was always just like either like completely neglected or getting beat, and Paul always felt so fucking bad for the kid. So he wrote Hey Jude.
He felt bad for the kid he was beating?
No, Paul McCartney wrote the song.
Hey Jude.
Oh, I'm dumb.
Yeah, that's cool.
Originally,
I thought John Lennon wrote a song like being like, "Man, I feel so bad for the kid I'm beating."
It looks like it hurt.
That's why I was so confused. I'm like, why would he write that?
It used to be called Hey Jules because the kid's name is Julian, but he changed it because it was a little too on the nose.
Oof.
Anyways.
Okay, so I don't know. Let's go back to solving the mystery of the metals.
We can try black. Oh, okay.
Mystery
I was
of the
gonna say
Druids.
blackmail my parents, but that's fine.
Oh my gosh, that's such a good idea.
I was thinking about
Let's go see
I
Sure.
got that actor's. I've said I got that actor's address at some point during our drug trip.
I don't think you did, but I'll say that, sure.
Yeah.
It was pretty high.
I don't think I did, but I did.
Well, I mean, we just kind of we were like,
we
you're
glossed
now.
over it.
Yeah, you're gonna be.
It's something that would not be that shocking.
He rambled about it while on drugs.
That guy was on a lot of dragon's blood at the time. He could have said anything.
Yeah.
And downers. I also gave him some tremors.
He mentioned about the Beatles.
You can hear the drow wheezing.
I got like his co-star's address because I may or may not have gave him drugs in the train. I didn't take any of the drugs, of course. Just him.
He's
waking up.
Oh wait, is that the drow?
Wake up! Wake
Oh wait,
up!
hold up, I fucked up.
Hey, sleepyhead.
His eyes just
Hey,
sort of
sleepy.
You see his eyes. He looks like drunk or something. Like his eyes are kind of like unfocused, and he looks a little like. But he's like, he does appear to be coming to some kind of consciousness. It's just.
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Hi. Don't worry, there is no fire in this room, so you can't get away.
I conduct a sobriety test. I wave my finger in front of his face. Does he follow it?
V-Y-X-W-U.
He's not following my finger at all. He's listing the alphabet.
You're drunk.
This was the one who previously had hair, right?
This was he's like kind of balding and had like a almost kind of like that, what's that fucking shit called?
Fu Manchu.
Like kind of like a little Fu Manchu and a little dusting on his chin. It's not one of the two that you have seen before.
Okay, I understand.
This is a new one.
Have we always seen the same?
I wonder if
human?
they speak common. Let's give him some juice.
I fill the glass of water with the juice powder and I stir it.
He looks at it.
Huh?
Does it seem like he wants it? Hold on. I had some.
You see behind the gag, his around the gag, you see his cracked, bone-dry lips.
Juice. It's juice time, baby.
Okay.
Juice for the baby.
I will move my hand towards his gag. Then I will.
You.
Remove it.
You remove it.
I will gingerly pinch it between my big claws, and then I will slowly lower it. I don't want to hurt his lips.
He spits a mountain of a glob of fire and he dives into it. No.
I catch it perfectly in
He
my
dives into the juice
He dives into the.
and escapes.
Farewell, suckers. He is still tied up, but he sort of leans over and just starts greedily drinking of the juice, and like wetting his lips with his tongue. Just... You gather this guy's probably not had much to drink.
It's always nice to feed a hungry mouth.
And he just sort of like lies back, just.
Want a scone?
He's like, I like scone. I do like a
I
scone.
hold the scone up. I say, it is butterscotch, and there is
He
some.
doesn't wait for you to finish talking. He eats it out of your hand with his mouth, just like a dog. Like, ah!
The boiled grass adds a unique texture.
No, you like it. You like it. You like it.
Wait, I hate boiled grass?
Yes,
You
it
like
is.
it.
It is common in Rome.
Did I like it?
He likes it.
I got a 19 on the roll to cook it, so.
Thumbs up, if he could.
Hi. Are you comfortable? I fluff a pillow.
Just sort of looks around. And then he begins to speak. Now, this language. It's Elvish, but it's like...
Oh, it's yield.
It's like particularly archaic, sort of like, sort of harsh sounding, and you, Peppy is like catching a lot of words that he's like, what is this guy fucking saying? Whereas Grond is hearing a shitload of giant loan words in this guy's dialect.
Oh, we gotta work together.
Just
Okay. Oh,
just
wait.
a deluge of the stuff.
For once in your
Shit. Hold on. The lore, I've forgotten this more than once.
Floor?
The lore of the giants was that giants had elves as slaves?
They had elves as slaves, and they created the drow.
And the giants created the elves created the drow?
The giants created the drow
Giants
as,
created the drow.
like, literally from the shadows of the elves, and essentially used them as, like, weapons, basically. Used them to keep the revolts down and, like, perform tasks that would require a smaller touch than a giant and things like that. And then when
Keep them from unionizing.
yeah, sure. Fucking, if you were setting up a union dispute in giant times, if they didn't walk over and just step on you all, they'd probably send in all the drow as scabs.
Dang.
But yeah, and then, you know, the giant empire collapsed, the elves left, and the drow, many of them stayed. And there's quite a lot of animosity between drow and elves these days as a result of that shared history.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Well, that's
It's like the overseers at the Portuguese overseers at the plantations in Hawaii.
Yeah.
It's
That's
like
why they don't like Portuguese very much.
No, I don't like them not one bit.
It's like I learned fucking. I don't even know what you want
Don't
to call
let
it.
Brandon within 100 miles of Oahu. He'll be shot.
To be fair, most Hawaiians actually just fucking hate Americans at this point too.
Who doesn't?
True. I also hate Americans. I am American.
Hell yeah.
I think it is the most American thing to hate every other fucking American.
Okay,
Yeah, it's interesting. You hear like lots of jokes in Hawaii, and it's always the Portuguese person that's the butt of the joke. Like a bunch of guys walking to the bar, and the Portuguese guy is like the dumbass, stupid, dumb shit.
how many
Three
Portuguese-
people walk into a bar. A
Portuguese
British, an
guy.
American, and a Portuguese. The British and American beat the fuck out of the Portuguese.
I'll adapt. I'll adapt a joke I particularly enjoy, which is, how many Portuguese does it take to screw in a light bulb?
How many?
It doesn't matter because no Portuguese people are so fucking stupid that none of them could ever figure out how to perform this simple task, no matter how many.
That's a classic.
Dungeons and Dragons, everybody!
I didn't write the joke, I just changed the nationality in it.
It's not a tabletop RPG session without a little bit of racism.
None. It's impossible.
Hate
It's
the
impossible.
Portuguese,
You could.
dude.
It doesn't matter how many you get together. They would never be able to figure out this simple task.
God,
There's no way.
thank God Tryhard does not know how to use a computer, or else he'd be pissed if he heard us.
Yeah,
He's
he'd say
Portuguese.
because he's 100%
He's
Portuguese.
dumb and he
he's
can't
actually
use a
from Portugal.
computer.
Bird, me and Nick
He
are just
actually
gonna
helped
berate
conquer
him while
Brazil.
he's driving us to Rammstein with just these jokes.
He won't know.
He's first gen, I think.
I think it's
I met,
parents.
I met his parents. They both had really strong accents. So I figure.
Yeah.
I
They
mean,
were just doing a bit.
I think they came on. I think
No,
they
I do
wrote the boat.
believe, if I remember in high school, he is first gen because originally his parents were just teaching him Portuguese, and then he got into
I remember that. I remember that.
pre-K
Yeah.
or kindergarten, and
The teachers
their
told him
teacher
that
was
they
like,
had to.
He's
He had
fucking
to
illiterate.
learn
You need to
English
teach him
because he
American.
didn't know any English. He only knew Portuguese.
Yeah.
And now he's forgotten all the Portuguese. As he did.
And the fossil line.
I guess when they said start teaching him English, they're like, well, we can't do 2. So they just gave up on Portuguese.
It's too much effort.
His small Portuguese
I think they
brain
probably
can't
figured
hit
they
Portuguese.
needed to sharpen their English. As
His
well.
name is Orlando.
Balloon?
Anyways,
Gerard was there when they conquered Brazil.
yeah, he was there.
It's true. He did it.
He was on the beaches. He was holding.
He was emphatic about it.
Yeah.
He loved it.
He said, and make sure you kill every fucking Incan or whatever you see.
Incan or whatever.
I don't fucking know.
Whatever.
Maybe it was Mayan.
What do they got down? Oh yeah, maybe that's maybe.
No, Maya's
think
Mexico.
Maya's Mexico.
think-
Yeah.
Is it?
What
Maya
was the native?
Mayan
I know
and Aztec
Incan is.
are Mexico.
Incan
Incan
is
is like
Peru.
Peru, yeah. But they might have been. I don't fucking know.
Amazon.
Amazon people.
Who
People.
did the Portuguese fight?
Yeah, who did the Portuguese
Brazil.
murder?
Who did the Portuguese fight in Brazil?
Nothing.
The Spanish.
I have
lot
the
of
full
big-
Wikipedia page of War of Independence of Brazil, but I don't think that's it.
All right, whatever. So, anyways, this guy starts speaking in that dialect, which between Pepe and Grand, you're able to understand. You know enough giant that it's just loan words. In case like Pepe's like, I didn't catch that one. Did you? And he's like, yeah, it's this. Anyways, he says.
He said the.
He said the. Now this one is actually like a really complex metaphor that only makes sense in Giantish. I can't translate that. He
It's
says.
really funny though.
It's
This one doesn't
Basically, he called your
translate. I'm
mother
sorry.
a hoe.
That one was a joke. I can't translate. It's dirty.
He says, I am spared. The darkness retreats from my mind. The promise has blessed me with light once more. Praise be unto the promise.
Oh no, it was a.
Whose fire
it was
is
us.
love in our hearts. Whose
It was
the
us.
pure flame of creation.
Tell him it was us.
How are we gonna do? Do we each say a word, or can we?
I don't know any Elvish, but you just told me that's what he said.
I'll have to piece it. I don't think we'll be able to.
I think
listen.
this guy probably would
I think
have
if I
some
just-
understanding of like hearing common. He probably just wouldn't know much to speak it because why would he? But he could probably get the
Okay.
gist of what you're saying if you talk to him.
Okay, we
Hi.
got you out, bud.
Yeah.
That was us. Hello. Hi.
My eyes are clouded, but I see that you are not my brothers and sisters of fire.
No.
I seldom have cause to speak with outsiders ignorant of the truth of fire.
Oh.
But unless this is some strange trick, you seem not to be servants of the darkness.
servants of the darkness.
I shall hold fast to the promise. Praise its heat. Pray that the meteor. Praise its heat. Praise its light.
You like light?
You know, the bigger the fire, the bigger the darkness cast.
Uh-oh.
What hideous blasphemy.
Yeah, that was rude. that was
Sorry,
rude,
my bad,
but
sorry.
also, I mean, I could say something.
Were you standing in
could've
the
said
halls
so.
of the Obsidian City, you would be gelded for such talk.
Oh, it's a good thing we aren't there.
Ooh.
Oh wait, that's what they do to horses.
Yes, it was on my mind. Because we talked
Turn
about it
me
before
into
the
a
session.
horse?
Yeah, they'll turn you to a horse, and then they'll, you know.
And he just sort of relaxes back.
Well,
Do you know why you were captured?
yeah, how'd you end up here, bud?
I was careless. And I was exposed during my mission. The gate was shut to me, and I was taken. My brother in arms escaped, but I did not. Such was the will of the promise, I suppose.
We're fighting the darkness.
Well, let me introduce myself then. I am called Kazel of the Second Forge, avowed and anointed, sworn to the spear of the burning vanguard.
Kazo.
Forgive me, my body fails me. I cannot perform the rite of greeting. May your days be as long and bright as the promise of fire.
We heard about the promise. Promise of fire.
Yes.
I don't remember the promise. You know, something about the giants.
We only knew about the promise. Now
Is
it's
it
a
that
promise.
the giants were gonna
fire.
come back?
People don't really know what the deal is with the promise based on what you got from the guy that you talked to about it. It's just they worship some sort of fire entity that they refer to as the promise or the promise of fire or the promised flame or like a couple different variations.
Right. Yeah. Right. Okay.
Oh, and it was also that the they're avoiding complications related to the promise. The bug peoples. That's interesting.
Bug people?
Yeah.
What bug people?
In the notes that despite complications in the Marathon and Wormwatch, all continues. Care will of course need to be taken to avoid any complications related to the promise, who have already proven most intrusive. And hopefully they're they're just like trying to avoid that they know. Oh yeah, which makes sense.
Oh, was this in a note?
Yeah.
And they're like, watch out for the promise.
It's the bug people being like, don't get the drow on high alert. They'll be annoying more.
They'll thwart us.
Yeah. Because they're the darkness.
And also because the drow worked for the giants, and the giants blew up the dream moon. And the giants didn't like the dream people.
So, and then that's, well, depending on the wording, that's kind of fine. The next candle will be the flame that's well promised.
Promise.
So, I guess, Kazel, however you spell that, because I wrote it.
It's
K-A-Z
K-A-Z-E-L-L, bitch.
Oh, okay.
Kazel. You think it's an elf? I gotta put an apostrophe in there.
Yeah, it's possessive.
It's mandatory.
I'm calling him Kazoo.
Nope.
Of the Second Forge and something, a spear and something.
And a spear and a thing.
I am Kazel of the Second Forge, avowed and anointed, sworn to the spear of the burning vanguard.
Okay, yep, alright, yeah, totally got that. And the vanguard. Yeah. All right.
It's probably not going to
so
be 100% necessary for you to know all this guy's titles.
One
I
of
get
these
it.
days, we're gonna rattle this one off, and we're gonna get access to a cool club.
So I'm assuming the people put the crown on your head. They're the darkness.
Yes,
All right.
an
Cool. Yeah, we don't like those guys.
ancient enemy.
Ancient enemy.
Enemies of the giants. All that. Yeah.
So he sort of
Enemies of the big people.
he looks to the left and right and like down at himself. I have lost my arms and armor.
I have your arms. I point to his arms.
Oh yeah. Okay.
For this, I will be punished, as is just.
No.
Yeah, we didn't search for the that was
It's all
that was
right.
probably in the armory that was locked
I
up.
will beg for mercy for the sake of my wife and children. Perhaps the circumstances of my capture will afford me clemency. May it be only my hands which are taken and not my life.
One would certainly hope.
But if it
Are
is
you
to be
okay?
death, I will walk through the gates of the promise proudly.
Through the gates of the promise?
Yes.
Yeah, you know the gates of the promise. What are you talking about?
So it's a place.
The promise is many things.
So it's a metaphor.
The promise can kill you if you walk to it.
The promise. When a Sulatar dies, we give our essence unto the inferno, if we are so blessed to do so.
What's the inferno?
Just what?
Is it just a fire or is it magic?
Is it a disco? It's a disco, right?
Blessed fire may do in a pinch, but there is a ritual fire which burns always at the Ebon Pyramid in the Obsidian City, where I was born.
Do you
I have to write this.
how are you fighting the darkness? What do you do to fight the darkness? We need tips. Cause I'll be honest, we're trying really hard. We're not very good at it. We're really trying hard though. Our heart is there. How do you fight? How do you fight? What do y'all do?
He said Sulatar dies? The fuck?
Yeah, when a Sulatar, one of the drow.
Oh, that's just what they. Oh yeah, Sulatar.
Yeah, they're the Sulatar League.
You refer, I imagine, then to our holy mission.
Oh wow, that big? Cool.
So to defeat the darkness and bring about.
I'm
Your
afraid
holy mission.
I would not dare to speak on such things. I am but an instrument of the promise. It is its will I serve utterly. My status as sworn earns me the right to carry the arms and armors of the old kings whose magic we have made our own and perfected. But it does not earn me the right to speak for the promise. That is granted only to the avatar of the promise and those he takes into his closest confidence.
Oh.
When I return, it shall not be as sworn, whether by death or by the loss of my hands. Should I survive, I pledge to devote myself more fully to the teachings of the promise, and perhaps I may one day be blessed with the Avatar's trust.
Yikes.
Okay. So the what's the? Can you give us more details on the promise? How's that? What is the promise? Is it
Promise
just the fire?
is fire and light and heat. It is warmth. It is the fire that warms and the fire that burns. It brings life to many and snuffs out others.
When you get too close.
It is. The promise is fire perfected. The purest, most beautiful and magnificent. And its avatar, even his presence, beautiful.
Is the avatar of the promise
A person?
fire then, or a person?
Oh no, so far they've been air and water.
The Avatar is the greatest among us, not of the shadows as we are, but the promise itself, walking EBERRON in fleshly form. The voice of the flame, the keymaster of the gate, the herald of the armies to come. He whose eyes are dancing cinders, whose breath is smoke and music, the singer crowned by fire.
The singer crowned by fire. I don't know.
Now,
It's a person.
this is probably going to be insulting. Different from Silver Flame.
What is the silver flame?
All right. Not. Do you know? By chance, is your avatar of the promise a human child?
No. He's a
All right.
pale elf.
Pale elf. Oh yeah, because he said it wasn't a shadow. He was a white guy.
Are they a drow? A pale drow?
No. They are,
Oh.
well, in truth they are the promise. But the shape they appear in is that of one of the elves of old, perhaps to show humility in his form. A beautiful creature. Such wonderful to hear speak and sing and
Singer
to gaze upon him.
crowned with fire.
Crowned by fire, yeah.
Crowned by fire.
Is there a? Oh.
They're an elf.
So there is a flame that is well promised because it is always burning in a black pyramid, a black candle.
Black candle.
I mean, that one's already going on then.
Sounds very occult.
I mean, the second candle thing prophesies the black candle whose flame is well promised, so.
Yeah.
But that sounds like there's already a fire that's always burning, which is promised. Black candle. I don't know.
The baby. Interesting. Oh, Nightfall, you just got your slobber everywhere. A pale elf man. Okay. Ooh. Cool. Love it.
So, you don't know the reason for your missions? You just do the things. You're a tool of the promise, carrying out the will?
I am not utterly ignorant to my purpose. But to deign to give voice to the promise's will is unthinkable, especially to outsiders. Such a crime would see my tongue blackened and pulled free, so I may never blaspheme so again.
Oh, okay.
Seems that you'll get big 12.
Is it you're not allowed to enlighten us then?
Only the Avatar may speak to the promise's will.
Oh, can we talk to them?
If only they were here.
Well, you said they're walking around on EBERRON, you know?
Yes.
Right? They're just walking
they
around.
In the Simply Ebon Pyramid?
Not that kind of Ebon.
Are they in the
fully aware.
Ebony Pyramid?
At times, but they roam the world to spread the good word of the promise.
The good word of the promise.
Yes.
When are they coming to our town?
I know that the Avatar has been here many times.
Really?
Here?
Yes.
Can we know who they are? We want to meet them and talk.
I have told you.
We need to wait for their tour to come by.
But how will we know when the tour comes by?
Yeah, what's their next city they're hitting?
I would not dare to imagine the schedule of the Avatar of the Promise. I know only that as fire spreads, so too does the Avatar.
That sounds great.
He is.
Sounds terrible.
He roams. Sometimes in other guises, I have heard. But often, just as he is known.
We'll probably run into him.
So, gates of the promise. Metaphysical gates?
It is the world beyond this one.
Okay.
Where fire consumes the spirits of the noble Sulatar who gave their life for the promise. Together we will burn into eternity.
Wait, so it takes your whole soul?
Yeah, so they're what do you call it? They're not called heavens. Are they called heavens? Realms?
No, there's like a whole soul realm that like eats your soul when you die.
Yeah, you go there and you forget.
This is one where you burn forever, so I think it's
Could there
different.
be a more magnificent way to spend forever?
There definitely couldn't. Hey guys, this sounds terrible.
Yeesh. I don't want what he's having.
Hey everyone, yikes, am I right?
Bit of a yikes. Okay, well, so he knows why he does his mission, sort of, but he doesn't want to explain it. He'll butcher the meaning.
Cazal, wait a minute. You're trying to fight the darkness, but y'all tried to steal my ex-husband, and he's fighting the darkness.
I do not make the choices. I simply follow out my tasks.
How dare you fail, by the way? God.
Oh, it wasn't him. Oh, you know, the
No,
people
no, those guys, they failed.
Your ex-husband
They weren't
would
the
have
same.
been well cared for.
Oh, what does that mean?
They are taken to the Obsidian City, to the Pyramid of Ebon Flame. Once the great halls of the Sulat League, of course.
What's in there? Swimming pool?
That is where the promise of fire first spoke to my ancestors. Those we bring there will speak their knowledge in the crypts of the pyramid, and then they shall give praise to the promise of fire with their bodies thereafter.
Oh, that... Yeah.
Okay, so we're not getting Schmupton back.
Unless she hasn't talked.
If
she hasn't talked, then they probably haven't.
Shut up. So
that doesn't sound like Schmupton, yeah.
I don't know. It took her a while to tell us anything.
Yeah, but once she did, it was talk.
It was some.
So you can talk to the promise of fire, not to the avatar. You don't have to talk to the avatar.
But wait a minute, hold on. So you're not stealing people to punish them. You're stealing people to get information about what?
Perhaps I have already said too much. Mayhaps they shall take half my tongue.
Which half?
Your favorite half.
Yes, exactly. The one that makes you taste like sugar and stuff.
That's a myth.
Shut up. I live in the fucking jungle. I think it's true.
Listen, I was really surprised too. Okay.
I'm certain that I knew that was
They
a myth
taught me that shit in school.
I'm certain.
And I can't
well, it's like
believe
that.
it.
It's like how the food pyramid is also fake. So.
I never understood
it's
the
real.
food pyramid anyway, but I definitely understood the tongue parts, and I learned it in school.
It's very real, okay?
Well, I also
You don't
learned that
wanna
Christopher
put-
Columbus was friends with all the Native Americans in school, so...
That's
Look,
a different thing, but
You want to
yeah.
put the breads at the bottom because they're soft, so then you can stack the other heavier things on top.
And squish the bread.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, you want dense bread.
You want squeezed bread.
Yeah. Also,
It's a lot of bread. And also, if you can't put oil on the bottom. It's not going to do anything. It's going to get slippery.
It's gonna float to the top.
I must away. I've been a prisoner of the darkness for too long. I am eager to depart these lands and meet my judgment in the Obsidian City.
Aw, Cazelle already?
Is there a way we could go there, but not
I don't know.
get... How do we get there?
Because we need to continue fighting the darkness, so we can't.
Only the Avatar
There.
could make such a decision.
Okay, we'll wait for him
Oh.
to come by in his tour.
Yes.
Is it... Can we meet the Avatar and not necessarily go? Is that a... or is
Yeah,
it
he
a
could just come to
once
our
you're in,
town
you
or
can-
come to wherever we are. We just have to wait.
Why is he rolling a die at me?
See him lean his head back. And you can see, those fire tattoos on his body, like, faintly glowing for a moment.
Are you gonna burst?
Are you okay? Oh my
You know,
god.
And then he opens his
Bust.
eyes.
You okay?
He
Why are you
is in
smiling?
the city.
Oh my
I
god.
sense his
Are you-
majesty.
Do you connect by the tattoos?
At times we can feel the strength of the promise. We can find heat and fire wherever it may lie. And the Avatar burns brightest of all. The sense of him is unmistakable.
Well, that sounds great. It's not a great time to be in the city, though, I have to say.
Can you guys... Can you... Because drow don't get lost in the continent, do they? Are they using the eternal fire as a lighthouse? That'd be kind of cool. Like a landmark.
I gotta go to
Yeah, no,
bed.
I'm just
I gotta work
trying to-
tomorrow, so good night.
good night.
Good night. Gosh.
It's 12:06.
Well,
He doesn't.
Is the
Well,
Avatar...
what? So he's in the city.
Yes.
Should we meet the Avatar, guys? Is that...
Yeah,
We got nothing. I mean, like, seems cool.
It would be cool. We can help fight the darkness.
Hey,
Yeah,
yeah, I think it'd be really cool. Also, I'm super afraid of this whole religion, but I think it's really cool to do something.
Kazel, do you have any favorite food or fruits for next time we meet?
Or does the Avatar have a favorite food or fruit?
The Avatar
vegetal.
needs not consume anything but air to feed the flame.
Ooh,
Oh, so he'll be in a place where there's air.
Yes, a rare sight. It is a rare sight. When's the last time you saw air?
See it all the
Wait, he
time.
needs to see the air?
Yup. You can only get
He's got-
by in Beijing and Los Angeles.
I guess.
I think that's like the opposite of air.
It's
The
close
lack
enough.
of.
It works for him.
It makes it visible, I guess.
You know,
It's
it's
visible gas.
cloudy, but it's fine.
They're, yeah, dirty clouds.
Well, okay, well, let's
Yeah, can we get a hint?
we
What do you mean?
Pale elf in the city, that's it?
Pale elf,
Well, they
crowned
take-
by
they
fire. Singer.
So he's
and
Wearing
they
a
also
crown?
take the form of like disguises.
oh.
Hair like beautiful fire.
Oh. Orangey reddy orangey hair. Reddy, orangey, red hair. Red hair. Really long?
Quite long.
Tall?
Yes.
Taller than me?
No.
Regular tall. Tall in a normal way. Not in a me way. Wearing? Who is he wearing?
The Avatar
we know of
attires
any-
himself in the fashion of his desire.
What the what?
Do we know any ginger elves?
Not yet. Soon. What color is his eyes?
They are the color of cinders, burning.
Shiny yellow. Shiny yellow, red, orange. Gorange.
Door hinge.
That is the only word. It's a single word that rhymes.
There are 73 words in Goblin that rhyme with orange.
Alright, this is the
Zorange, Glorange, Thorange, Smorange,
I love s'morange. S'moranges.
and then there is Smorange 69 more times, but with different meanings.
No, Hyro doesn't have red hair, right?
Yes.
Does Hyro have red hair?
Hyro
You
has
sent me
red
a
hair.
message. I'm not looking at it. I'm piecing. God damn it. Does he have long hair? Is he pale? He is.
I mean, all
isn't
of
he?
those could be descriptors used to describe that man, I suppose.
All right. Yep. Okay. All right.
I
Next,
Now I'll look at
forgot.
your message.
That explains why.
Wait a
Yeah.
minute.
Okay. All right. Look, bud.
Where'd Hyro go?
He's invisible as always.
Hey, you
Hello,
know that guy?
do you want a spoon?
Now that we
Dude,
found him out,
does-
he's not
Does
going to
the
show up.
Avatar of the Promise have the power to crush people and turn them into a pulp?
What?
Can he turn invisible?
Does he turn invisible not of
The
his own
Avatar of the
accord?
Promise has whatever powers he deems necessary.
And did they go? Ring?
You know his chord.
This is ridiculous. I love it. I don't know if he actually knows what he's doing. Of course he does.
Oh yeah.
Blessed
He knows what
judge,
he knows what he's doing, Kazan.
most extraordinary of creatures.
Okay,
He
so that's okay.
Yeah, we
All right,
totally
so
actually met him once.
Really?
Hyro's, yes.
Sure. Yeah.
How
A
wonderful.
couple of times.
How magnificent! You truly are blessed by the promise. Ah, what a fortuitous meeting this was.
He is in the city, isn't he? He went with us on the trip.
Yeah,
Where'd he go?
he went with
wandered
us.
off. He had other things to do.
Yeah. No. Now he's gonna avoid us. He'll be like, "Oh no, more
Yeah,
weirdos."
now we know it's real. You know, it's
These
it's one of
weirdos
those
are
things,
always
like,
following me around.
now it's like he was like just a normal person. Now we're like, oh, he's rich. He has an inheritance, and then it's not the same.
We know that he's famous.
Yeah, it's gonna be awkward. We're gonna bring it up even if we don't.
Listen,
What is
Hyro.
he doing in connection with her cannon?
Doing,
fuck is up
I
with
mean,
that?
don't know. He
Weird.
has his own thing. I mean, he can use House Darkanon. They can use him. I'm sure he can align their goals with taking down the Dream of Darkness stuff. Yeah. Hey, you know, we actually Avatar helped us fight the darkness.
Really?
That was pretty cool.
You
Wow,
are
he
among
killed a
the
bunch of
most
monks.
blessed.
He killed other stuff too.
He pulled a couple.
Well, fire must destroy at times that which is rotten.
Are you referring to the banana people? That's unkind.
No, I wasn't, but that is funny.
They're sweet. Those bananas are sweet.
No, I think they're ripe. They're ripe.
They're kind, banana.
Okay, well, if you can
Hey.
sense him, wait, you can sense him? Hey, teach me that.
Yeah,
keep
teach him
trying,
that.
keep losing this guy.
Teach him how to.
He keeps
Listen,
going
he
invisible.
has
Teach him how to
funny.
Dougie.
He has glowing tattoos just like you.
Yeah, teach my tattoo how to do that.
What do you mean you're here? He's here. Uh-oh. Now I'm scared. Don't be creepy. I'm scared now. I'm really scared. I'm gonna hide. I'm too big to hide, actually.
You hear downstairs in the because you downstairs in the downstairs main entry room. Bring.
Okay, I'm actually scared of him now. I'm gonna.
I
crawl
don't
out this
remember
window.
your doorbell, your store bell making that noise.
Yeah, we don't do that.
I go and I wave.
We don't do that.
I wave hello to Hyro.
You see.
I say, oh well.
You see, Hyro is like heading towards the stairs, looking totally nonchalant.
Guys, do you think it'd be awkward if we had one of his worshippers captive, or should we?
No, because he's on fluffy pillows and we're giving him juice and.
He
pastries.
sort of strums his lute idly and says, "Paid a visit to Zay recently, Grand. She's doing well. Wanted to check on her." Bring.
That's good. Hey, here's this Kazam.
No, Kazel.
You're just
We have a friend. No.
No, not gonna. Okay.
He
Gotcha.
He's hungry.
walks upstairs cautiously, and you see he peers into the room, like.
For the record, we found him in a worse situation than he is in now.
And
so that we didn't
Kazel
just-
immediately bursts into tears. Says, "Praise the promise! Praise the promise! What a magnificent day! Praise the
Honey, don't
promise!"
cry. Honey, don't cry.
Hyro, did you know you are the king?
Hyro,
Did you know you're making him cry?
Hyro looks between you guys and him and says,
We will not tell anybody.
I'm wiping
Look, it was a surprise to
Kazel's
us.
tears. Poor
Oh, also, I don't know if you want to pass on the word, but I pull out the wig and I say, wig.
"I think you will want to speak to Dora yourself."
Okay.
The
I
guy's
take
just
the wig back.
blubbering in front of him, and he says, "Stop." The guy immediately. "Yes, Avatar, as you say." And you see him sort of.
You want to talk
They
about
had this guy
elsewhere?
up in the Denaith place. Can you believe that?
Do you want to talk about this elsewhere or here? Or not at all?
You see, his facial expression didn't change much. He's a pretty, cool, calm, and collected fella. But you could see the blindsidedness on his face when he saw this guy sitting here.
The cat's out of the bag.
Yeah, he thought we were bringing back the kalashtar.
I was wondering what happened to Kazel.
Yeah, you didn't really tell. He got captured. That's about it.
Denaith is trying to get him. Get him. Get him.
Which
Well,
makes
they should, I
sense because
suppose.
they were investigating the kidnapping of that one guy.
Best of
Artist.
his own.
No. Yeah.
He looks at the guy and says, "You are tired. You should sleep." "Yes, Avatar." He just lays down.
Honk shoe.
I move one of the pillows behind under his head to make sure he's very nice and comfy.
And Hyro just walks out, back downstairs.
I go with him.
Bye, Gary.
Brrr.
Hello? Oh, that wasn't my phone.
Ring. You are not supposed to know this.
Sorry. Does this mean you know where Schmuptin is?
Yeah, they
That and a great many other things. Yes. I do not relish exposure.
Please.
Oh, you know, you're...
Kazel's brain was muddled. He should not have been so forthcoming. They have made him pliant.
It's not his fault.
He should not have been captured.
Do not punish him. Please. He really likes scones.
Sure, yeah. You really like them. And the juice. Wasn't even real juice.
Perhaps from speaking to Kazel you should know that we are not enemies, you and I. We both oppose the Dreaming Dark.
At least not entirely enemies.
There does not need to be any quarrel between us, I think.
Why are you talking like that? Do you think we're gonna hurt you? Or you're gonna hurt us? What?
People have traditionally not taken kindly to my followers.
Well, they don't do a lot of splaining. Not that it's right what they do, but I mean, I don't know if anybody's right. I don't know anything.
We don't really know what they're doing.
But
or why. So
but you are our friend. You help Grand with his other Grand.
Well, maybe he's our friend. What's friends? I don't even. I'm sorry.
I mean,
this isn't about
me. If he helped Zay, that's even if
it
might be for, even if it might be for
ulterior motive,
personal reasons, motivation, and
I
did a good thing for a different reason, still did a good thing.
I have been Hyro for too long. I may have overstayed. I confess I enjoyed this persona. I suppose nothing lasts forever.
Technically, they say the fire goes, but...
The promise... It is a myth I cultivated.
No.
All right. Okay.
Oh, no.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Sometimes one has need of loyal, unquestioning followers when one is doing battle in the darkest of places.
Holy shit, is he gonna kill us? He's telling us so much.
He's going to invite us to his palace.
Oh my god. Okay.
Are you... Wait, so...
It is fortunate they turned out to be so adept at firebinding. They have their limitations. Superstitions must be stoked, but otherwise they have proven a valuable investment of time and resources.
Are you just?
I think
one
we're
of
dead.
those-
I think we're dead. Oh my god, I think we're dead.
I have a question now, Tyro. Well, two questions. One, what do you want to still be called Tyro, or is there?
For the moment.
Okay. Two. Wait, what kind of elf is he?
He
A pale one?
He appears to
Are
be
you one
like
of the-
like an elf, like a high elf, kind of like a regular elf.
Are you one of the immortals?
One of the immortals.
Immortal elves?
Yeah. Or is that too high up?
No. Who I
No, this
am-
thing's shape changes. Sorry, this person's shape changes.
Who I am and what I am is not your concern.
Yeah.
It's not important.
Mm-hmm.
I accepted Zay's suggestion that I study your dragon mark as pretext for joining your travels. I've been observing you to determine whether you are capable, whether you are useful to the fight, or merely pawns whose time on the board is coming to an end. I still am not certain.
I think we are very good.
I am tempted, you must know, to... Well, I guard my secrets for a reason. The dark is invasive, has a way of finding out that which is hidden. I intend to stay hidden until such a time where it is no longer necessary. So you can understand my desire to burn this place down with all of you inside.
Oh man, we worked so hard to make this house.
Please do not do that.
We just bought
They,
it.
like, yeah, they just bought the place.
We
Gosh, please don't kill us. If you don't want to say anything else, then don't. I mean...
Well, I want to know what's going on.
God, you're so frightening. Just... You're in
Killing
my
you
house.
would be a waste, I think.
Oh, that's the sweetest thing anyone's ever said to me. Thanks.
Whether or not you are trustworthy, you are without a doubt a fortuitous distraction. The eyes of the Dark's agents are turned upon you. As such, I can continue my efforts in shadow, as is my preference.
In shadow?
Wherever I might be.
Why did you take Schmupton?
She knows a lot, yeah?
Knowledge is what I seek. How can an enemy be fought if the battlefield is unknown? How can a plan be thwarted if its contents are a mystery? In times before, I have been unprepared. I've had to improvise. I would prefer not to do so again.
So, he is okay and you are talking to her.
Schmupton. Well, don't worry about Schmupton. We can no longer travel together.
Aw.
Oh, what a shame.
You have seen too much.
Mm-hmm.
My guise is exposed. Should the dreaming dark glimpse your thoughts, I would be imperiled.
I think it'd be my guys are.
Oh, Grond is right. I know that from lessons.
Is singular? Plural.
Hmm. And there is secret
Pyroblast. I've been fighting this fight for a long time. Far longer than you have.
Yeah, no, we just started.
It's been like a month.
Yeah, no, it's been like 2
Twice.
seconds.
I have stopped them.
Sick.
I'll keep doing
2
it.
times.
Oh,
So we
When was
will
the last
see
time? Sorry.
if you are a valuable asset for the third.
is there an end in sight? Or is this a...
Maybe
keeps
it's the
happening?
3rd time.
The turning of the age, as they say.
Sure is.
So what, we got like 2 years then?
What? No? No?
It's 998.
Oh, that's the turning of the century.
These things come in cycles. I stood against the enemy before the first humans set foot on Corvair. Before the goblins raised the first walls of this city. Before the elves set sail from the twisted jungles of Zendrik. I fought the first fight. But they have returned. And now it is time to do away with them again.
But you've done it twice.
Yes.
You did the first one. When was the second one? Well, yesterday. When was the second one?
A few years ago. In Seer.
Oh my god.
Did you do that?
No.
Did they do that?
No.
Who did it?
Somebody you knew that was stopping them did that?
I can tell you no more so as not to compromise myself.
Alright.
But, despite the look on some of your faces, we are not enemies. In fact, I may be your greatest ally. But we will meet again when and if I desire.
Okay.
So,
Yeah,
I mean, I might as well try this.
You see, he looks up, and he just like snaps his fingers. Commit his body to the fire, please.
Oh,
Oh.
what?
Like,
He's
you
dead?
mean like killing fire? Oh, he looked up at the, oh, oh man. Can you make sure his wife and kids are okay?
They will be cared for.
Okay.
I do not treat my followers poorly. Only when there is no other choice.
You're gonna leave a body in my house?
Commit him to the fire.
What fire? What?
We gotta
What
make a
fire?
Funeral pyre him.
Where?
Happy
We're in a big
fireball.
sprawling city.
The dark was already inside him. Though he did not
Oh.
see it.
Shit, wait,
Yeah.
what? What?
Rainbug.
Because he had the crown. Once it's in there, pretty good. I don't think you get it out unless you
Oh shit, Lovanith.
lobotomize, basically. Which
This guy was in better shape than she was.
Jay, should we ask him if he knows? Could he help Lovanith.
Well, he said that this guy was far gone. What's he gonna say about Lovanith?
I don't know.
No, she had
I
Stag
mean,
over. It was Stag over.
Lovanith is also psychic powers, so you know.
Yeah, Lovanith is
I do not
different.
wish to delay any further.
Yeah,
I
okay.
have other business to attend to before I leave the city.
Okay.
This was unexpected. I wish you luck with your dragon mark, Grand.
I wish me luck too.
And the rest of you. Time will tell.
Sure. Yeah. Okay, you want any water or something? It was you want to?
No, he's the fire. Of course, he doesn't want water.
I will not
I don't know.
leave
I'm
you
trying to.
defenseless, however.
I mean, you don't have to leave us with it. You just have to leave. I mean,
Allow me
you
to
just can.
depart with a suggestion and a warning.
Okay.
Okay.
Do not fear the Lord of Blades. Your interests are not opposed. In fact, tell them you know me. Next time you are in a bind.
We say we know the promise. We say we know Hyra.
Hyro. That is how they know me.
Wait, tell the Lord of the Blades or somebody who knows the Lord of the Blades?
All who serve the Lord know of Hyro.
That's interesting. Hey, wait. Wait, no, he wasn't with us when we did the house
He was
cannon
not.
job, was he? Okay. I was like, we were
And-
working with the turncoat.
Do not trust blindly in prophecy or those who peddle it.
What?
Anything can be manipulated to serve an end, even fate.
What? Don't trust the prophecy?
Don't blindly trust prophecies.
People think prophecy is an immutable thing, but they have not seen the magic that I have seen. Anything can be manipulated. He
Is there
turns slightly, reaches out his hand, and you just see this rip of fire just appear.
Ooh.
None
That's
here. None
Scorch
here.
marks.
Thanks.
So fancy now.
And as he walks towards it, he looks over his shoulder and says, "If we meet again, at that time, if you are still alive, there may be more for us to discuss."
So no way to reach out. Just next time is next time.
I will find you. I have been doing it for hundreds of thousands of years.
No, we've only known each other like a month.
There's a big fire in my wooden house.
Quick, Turtle, run through the fire!
He walks towards the tear, and you see it just sort of like billow open a little bit. And beyond, you
peek
can
inside.
see just briefly through like shimmering like desert heat waves the shape of vast obsidian towers and pyramids. And he just passes through, turns back, and as he passes through, you hear a sort of clamor from beyond. And to mark his arrival, you see one of the black towers above him burst into flame.
Alright, there we go.
And the rift.
Hey,
Close.
we did
Here
it.
goes the prophecy.
The prophecy!
Yeah, but we're not supposed
He
to
opens it
believe
back
it.
up. The prophecy's for bitches. He closes it again.
Then why'd you do it? You did this.
Then I freak out. Oh, I splash the pitcher of the rest of the juice on the fire.
No.
As soon as it closes, the fire is gone. There's not even a scorch mark.
No!
There's
Juice!
Yay.
a corpse in my house.
The prophecy.
Yeah, still is the corpse, yeah.
Yeah, prophecy time.
Kazel. Kazel.
Were we? Listen. Okay.
Yeah.
So we need to make arrangements to burn this body.
Yeah.
I'll call the funeral.
You think they'll... do they ask questions? We can pay them so they don't ask questions.
Well, then it's more than we have to pay. I mean, we already got to pay for the pyre.
That's true. How much is a pie? I mean... No.
I mean, how much to cremate?
Yeah.
Okay.
We can shop. We can shop around. See.
Sure.
What if it is magic? What if you just touch him with a little fire and he turns into a pile of ash?
Well, not in here.
Okay. What if we do it in the bathroom?
And on that note, with the departure of quote-unquote Hyro, who
Such a full stinker.
he's got something going on.
Just wants us to think that. He made an illusion.
And the party now having to dispose of a dead body, we conclude this evening's session of EBERRON. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been
Syndrome.
EBERRON.
Syndrome
Bye-bye.
Brown.